triggered by how
Morning.
she treated me. Good morning, good morning. How is everyone today? No, you don't actually have to call in response. I won't make you do that. So hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Game Accessibility Conference. Yeah, there we go. So I am your host for today. I am Tara Velker. I'm the co-director of the conference, along with the lovely Ian Hamilton, who you may get to see, but he will spend most of his time hiding. For the few of you who were lucky enough to spot him yesterday, congratulations. He's been running around. We do have some people joining us for the first time today, both in person and online. So to recap some of the stuff we covered yesterday, we have all of our conversations and networking in Discord. For everyone who registered, you should have received a link. We have a channel per talk, and we ask that you try to stay on topic in the appropriate channel, but we also appreciate it's fun to talk about off-topic things, which is why we have channels such as pets, foods, and threads. Now, you may have also noticed yesterday that there was a theme of Battenberg for the conference. And for a lot of you, you may just be confused, like what does game accessibility and Battenberg have to do with each other? Well, the answer is very little, but it became a thing literally because of Discord. So during one of our fully remote offerings, I think our first fully remote GaConf during COVID, we had a lot of people who were sharing foods and snacks, and we were like, wow, we need to have a snack channel so everyone can share what they're eating at home along with the conference. And the fabulous Dr. Amy Kavanaugh posted, I'm having Battenberg. And although I am a dual citizen, I was clearly, as you can tell by my accent, raised in America. And I was like, what in the world is Battenberg? Because we don't have Battenberg in the US. And I was informed of this delicious sponge cake with jam and marzipan. And I was like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. And then next thing I knew, during the lunch break, Amy's Battenberg had inspired so many people that they all went out at lunch and started buying Mr. Kipling Battenbergs to have during the conference. And then the channel was just flooded of pictures of Battenberg. And then Darren, the accessibility specialist from Ubisoft, baked one from scratch and posted that. And next thing I knew, we had accidentally created a Discord obsessed with Battenberg. And then it continued because we introduced it to the American conference. And now we special order Battenberg for the American conference. And now we're just obsessed with Battenberg and we talk about it all the time. So if you felt left out yesterday, I hope now you're in the know. It's literally just that we like cake. And it was asked in the Discord, you should get Mr. Kipling to sponsor. We actually did reach out to them. And they said, thank you so much for your interest, no. But just to share why we're obsessed with Battenberg. It's really just that I was fascinated by this cake and it's delicious. And so it's my personal mission to share it with every American ever now. So continuing on, as we go through today, if you are here in person, just like yesterday, we are going to have the same snacks available at breaks, as well as lunch in all of the previously used areas, which are just outside where we had team coffee this morning, the larger space where you registered, and then the space downstairs as well during lunch. If you need an accessible restroom, you can get there through the theater. If you need any help finding it, because it is a little further away than the other bathrooms, please let one of our staff know. You can find our staff both at the front desk or just around, and we will be more than happy to help you out. And I think this makes it a perfect time to kick off our first talk for today. Now, Joe did a pre-record for his talk, but absolutely hates hearing his own recorded voice. So as we learn about accessibility champions at Splash Damage, he will be just outside, and you'll be able to ask him some questions in person afterward or in the Discord. So let's kick it off.
Hi there, and welcome to my talk, Forging Accessibility Champions at Splash Damage. And just to provide you with a little bit of an introduction to myself, my name is Joseph Kulik, and I'm the Accessibility Program Manager over at Splash Damage. Previously, I was working in the games industry as a games user researcher. I have a background in psychology, and I'm also in the final stages of my PhD, which has been focused on game accessibility. This PhD work has been focused over the last 5 years on understanding the challenges that game developers experience in seeking to make accessible games, and that is something that I've fed through into my work as well. In this talk, I'll be going over one of those things, one of those kind of strategies that can help us make accessible games, and this is an Accessibility Champions program. So through this, I'll be going over one, establishing the need for a champions program within our studios, so kind of like how we motivated this need, how we made the decision that a champs program was the right path to pursue here. Two, what exactly is a champions program? What does this mean? And three, what our specific champions program looks like today, because these are really two different things. Like on the one hand, there are lots of champions programs that are out there, and in my experience, in my research, they can take many different forms. And three is kind of what we decided our champions program should look like based on our needs and kind of our requirements internally. And finally, I'll be talking about our champions program in the future and how we measure the success of our champs program and things like that. Here on out, I'll be referring to champions as champs because this is what we commonly refer to them internal to our studio, and it's just a little bit of easier shorthand. Establishing the need for a champs program. So before I tell you about our champs program, we need to talk about the challenges that the studio was encountering that led to the decision to start a champs program. Prior to Splash Damage, my PhD was focused on understanding the challenges that game developers experienced in making accessible games. Some of this work was with Splash Damage directly, but a lot of it was with a wider game development community. And the challenges that game developers and Splash Damage was facing tie with many of the strategies that we're approaching to improve our ability to make accessible games. So, in terms of key challenges that the studio was facing, developers often said that they didn't really know who to speak to about accessibility. The UI team was relied upon disproportionately, doing a lot of the heavy lifting around accessibility, proportionate to other teams. There was also no explicit time or space to talk about accessibility very often, so people often felt they didn't really know not only who to speak to, but where it was they were supposed to bring up these issues or where it was they were supposed to have these conversations about accessibility features and things like that. They also often felt that it wasn't valued, so it wasn't part of their core work necessarily. It was something they had to do around that was separate and wasn't necessarily something they were being praised for. And they also felt that they often lacked knowledge and experience around accessibility. So both around accessibility, but also around disability. And these are all areas that the CHAMPS program has some capacity to help. Now, these challenges aren't universally encountered by all developers and studios. Most studios will already have accessibility advocates, and certain studios also have their own matured accessibility teams. There are big companies out there who have a wealth of accessibility knowledge internally. But if you're in the earlier stages or you don't have a dedicated accessibility hire, I think it's quite likely that your studio is experiencing some of these issues. However, the one thing I will say, that doesn't mean there aren't accessibility advocates in your team. The Champions program doesn't make these advocates appear. The idea of it is it just champions them. It just encourages them and rewards them for the work that they're doing. and helps them find a space where they can have productive conversations around accessibility and things like that. These are advocates already exist, what most likely already exist within the studio. But the problem with that is that without any structure and support, advocacy can be very taxing. It can feel like you're a very lonely initiative. It can feel like you're pushing for something that other people don't care about. And what you often encounter when you're kind of pushing for something, you're trying very hard for something that doesn't feel like it's being rewarded and other people don't care about, you often get people experiencing burnout. So that's kind of where Champs fits in. It's like we're not necessarily creating accessibility advocates, but we're providing this structured support system, this structured network that can bring them together and make them feel their work is rewarded and help spread their advocacy to more spaces and things like that as well. Now that we've gone over a lot of the big challenges that game developers often face in making accessible games, especially in relation to those that apply to things like a Champs program, what we'll do is we'll go back to these at the end of the presentation, and I'll kind of discuss how our Champs program seeks to fit in with these challenges and help our developers more successfully make accessible games. I also want to talk about this idea about accessibility as requiring some degree of cultural change. Accessibility considerations really need to be present across almost all the work that we do. And you saw on the previous slide that people felt that it was a problem if UI was relied upon too commonly or too heavily for accessibility. And that really is because accessibility needs to be rooted in all of the work that we're doing at a studio. It really is in gameplay, it's in art, it's in animation, it is in UI, but it's also in audio, it's also in HR, it's in all of the departments that work at your studio. Almost everything needs to make accessibility considerations. And that's very difficult to do purely through process documentation. If you can't manage that cultural shift, if you can't change the mindsets of people across a studio, you're often going to find that people are forgetting to make these accessibility considerations. If you want a designer to be immediately thinking when they're constructing a feature, oh, what demands of this is this placing on our players? How is this going to be affecting a certain person with a certain level of ability? How are they going to be able to play this game? That requires a certain degree of automaticity to their thinking, and that is what requires that shift in mindset. That is what requires that cultural change. So it goes more than just process, and that's really where we start talking about things like Champs programs, when we start talking about changing process, almost changing the values of a studio and kind of encouraging certain values of a studio to achieve a certain result. So we've talked about some of the challenges that our studio has been facing, and I think that helps contextualize why we're thinking about things like a Champs program. But what exactly is an Accessibility Champions program? Before shifting career towards game accessibility, I personally hadn't heard of an Accessibility Champions program. I hadn't been part of an Accessibility Champs program, and I certainly hadn't ran one. So as a researcher, I kind of gathered all the information that was available online and kind of read through all the material that was already available. But also I made sure to have conversations with people who were running Champs programs at different companies, both inside and outside of the games industry and inside and outside of the tech industry, to learn more about how they were being ran. And I found a lot of similarities between them through that, but I also found a lot of differences as well. And that helped inform me about how we wanted to structure the program at Splash Damage. And, I found that there was a lot of similarity across different Champs programs. They had similar objectives in that they were designed to unite accessibility champions across different studios. And in some cases, this would be across a single studio. In some cases, it would be across many, many different departments and places of work across an entire country or space. And in other cases, it would be very small as well. So it was a really wide range of kind of reach there. The other objective that tended to be pretty consistent was this idea of trying to ensure even representation, although the approach that different places took to achieve that was a little bit different in my conversations and research as well. Another factor was this idea of recognizing and rewarding people for kind of being interested in accessibility, being curious and wanting to also celebrate the things that they achieved in that area too. And then finally, it was this idea of providing opportunities to learn. And this was a significant focus of lots of the Champs programs, but it's like just the idea that a lot of people come into Champs feeling that they don't, well, some people come into Champs because they're a very strong advocate in this space, but a lot of people also go into Champs because they want to learn more about accessibility. So it needed to be a space that was willing to kind of nurture people's knowledge too. However, the Champs programs at other studios and other businesses varied in a number of ways. One of the key ways in which they varied was in terms of openness. And this was the idea that they could sometimes be very open, where anyone could join. And in other cases, they would be more restrictive, where it was invite only. Maybe in some cases, they could only join for a certain amount of time before they were rotated out. This was one of the key ways in which they varied, and this was a consideration that we were making with our own Champs program. Another was in regards to the commitments that were being made when you joined the Champs program. So some programs would have people, engage with meetings every 2 weeks. Maybe they'd be an hour or 2 hours long, and others would be once monthly, half an hour or an hour, a shorter period of time. In terms of flexibility as well, some programs would be very guided, where the program coordinator would come with a very specific thing they wanted to present in the meeting, and a lot of the time would be taken by that particular almost lecture style content, where they'd be teaching a particular thing or running a particular workshop. And in other cases, it'd be very, very flexible, where it was more focused on open discussion, and the discussion would be led by the champions themselves. An additional area in which it seemed that they varied was in regards to rewards and progression. In some programs, they had almost no explicit rewards, like no additional incentives in terms of like t-shirts and badges. Those things were less common. In other programs where I spoke to people, it was much more explicit how people would be rewarded and progress through the program. Some would have leveling systems and progression systems, and then those would be layered with additional incentives like badges, t-shirts, rewards, and things like that as well. So there were kind of a wide variety of ways in which these champion programs would vary. And all of these different features that other Champs programs helped me decide what I thought was best for our studio, with the resources that we had, with the kind of structure of the company and the kind of level of accessibility maturity, things like that as well. And I made a decision based on those factors. And one of the things was that I wanted the program to be open to everyone. So I didn't want anyone that was feeling like, oh, I really want to level up my accessibility knowledge, or I really want to have more conversation about accessibility. I didn't want them to be left out because we had any restrictions on the number of participants that could join, or if there were too many people in discipline, I didn't want to lock them out of the Champs program or anything like that. So that was a big factor, I think, in the decision making there. I also wanted it to be a regular but small commitment. And the idea of this really was that, I understood that with a number of different teams and disciplines and things like that, then you're all going to have different commitments already. You're going to have like very intense periods some of the time, and other times you're going to have a lighter workload and things like that too. I wanted to create something that really could fit with as most people as possible, with the idea that the most important thing really was to get them regularly thinking about accessibility, because I think that's the important factor in working to change mindsets is get that regularity there. Start to encourage a pattern of thinking where it feels like accessibility has a place in conversation at the studio. Hopefully not just in our Champs program, but extending out of that as well. I also wanted these sessions to be guided by myself. So they had some degree of structure. So we had some information that I was bringing to every session. So there was some reason for people to turn up and learn something and gain some new knowledge, either externally or internally. But also I wanted the sessions to be driven by our champions. So if they had questions, if they had things they wanted to pull up into our Champs program, then that's what we were going to encourage as well. I also wanted to offer some degree of rewards and incentives. I didn't want this to be overboard, because obviously this is a certain time commitment on the accessibility program manager's part as well. So I didn't want this to be a 40-hour per month responsibility. I wanted it to be something that was manageable within the rest of my workload. So I didn't want to have like 5 degrees of different levels of a champion that you could work through, because that involves a lot of tracking, a lot of progression of rewards, a lot of monitoring and things like that, which I not what I wanted at this stage. But I did want champions to feel rewarded. So we have planned rewards in the longer term for people who are participating in our Champs program. And these would range from small little things like badges on Slack to larger things. So that's kind of explained some of the kind of research and the kind of background I did before constructing the Champs program over at Splash Damage. And now we're going to talk about what form our Champions program took. So just to provide an overview of what the Accessibility Champions program at Splash Damage is, it's a network of accessibility advocates that are a voice for inclusion and accessibility throughout our games and our studio. So it's not just limited to our games necessarily. It can be HR and those other processes as well. They're also committed to helping us develop inclusive games, building accessibility knowledge, and supporting teams. And like I say, I say games here, but it's not just a commitment to developing inclusive games. It also extends to other areas of the business as well. And they're also supported by the Accessibility Program Manager, as well as a network of other accessibility champions. So this means being able to go to meetings and raise issues, get help from other champions, as well as myself. And we host a 1-hour monthly meeting to discuss accessibility at the studio. This features internal accessibility news and announcements, external accessibility news, roundtable style discussions, and opportunities to ask questions and chat with other champs about accessibility. In terms of the balance in those different areas, I would say maybe the first 15 or 20 minutes are more structured, and then the kind of following 30 to 40 minutes are more open-ended with semi-structured questions or entirely open-ended questions, depending on what people bring to the table. And we're going to go over our champs program in detail in relation to goals, the traits of our champions, and what we're looking for when kind of getting people into the champs program, the commitments required for our champions, and the benefits and support that our champions receive. In terms of the goals at the studio, one of the key goals was around spreading awareness of accessible design throughout the studio. So the idea of embedding these champions, these kind of sources of knowledge throughout their teams, it means that people can go to these people and they know who to go to when they have an accessibility question. They know who the accessibility champion on their team is, and they can reach out to them, who ends up spreading knowledge about accessibility in relation to their discipline to the people that are working on that team. It also was a goal that these champions would help spearhead accessibility features throughout our games. That means having people present in meetings, asking about the status of different accessibility features, asking about the priority of certain features, and maybe why one feature was prioritized over another, why accessibility feature maybe isn't being prioritized, and things like that. Having those people there to ask those questions, I think, is really important, because as an accessibility program manager working in a company that technically employs around 500 people, I think, then it's very difficult to be present in all meetings, and certainly impossible to be present in all meetings and all conversations. It's just not the case that I can be present in all of these design conversations. And obviously, some process-related changes help with this, but also embedding these champions and sources of knowledge throughout different teams is a big help as well. And the other factor is this idea of educating and inspiring others, because in the longer term, we want more advocates, we want more champions, we want more people to be knowledgeable about accessibility, and we either want more or we want it to be to such a high standard that it doesn't really feel that anyone stands out as an accessibility champion, and everyone is an advocate for accessibility. Everyone recognizes the importance around accessibility. And we also wanted to reduce the distance between developers and people with accessibility knowledge. So that didn't necessarily mean that we had even representation, but the goal really is to get some degree of representation across all of our teams and departments at the studio. We also want to spotlight and celebrate accessibility work. We want people to feel that it's valued at the company and they're being praised for doing good work in this area. And that's one avenue where the Champs program helps, is that we want to kind of talk about each other's work and celebrate it. And we also want to provide support for people who are experiencing challenges in their work around game accessibility. So that means, if you come to the Champs program and you have a particular difficulty that you're having, maybe it's another champion that jumps in and says, hey, I experienced the same thing, or I experienced a similar thing. Or maybe it's something that we take offline and we don't know the solution to right there, or we don't have anything quite compatible that we can transfer knowledge from. But we can say, hey, well, I know how we can approach this, and I know who we can speak to at the studio to tackle this challenge. There's lots of different avenues that we can provide support for people at the studio and in the Champs program when they're talking about the accessibility difficulties that they're having. We also wanted to be clear that the Champs program is open to everyone that wants to learn more about accessibility and has an interest in accessibility and inclusivity. You don't need to know everything in these topics, but you must have an interest in wanting to learn more. So you must have a curiosity about these topics and interest professionally in these topics to kind of want to participate in the program. I mean, it's not very likely we'd have anyone sign up that isn't interested in it or anything like that. And actually, we want to foster that interest in people before they join the program. So even if people are, disinterested in accessibility, that's something that I'm trying to encourage anyway. But it's a given that the members of the Champs program, generally speaking, will be people that have an interest in this, want to learn more, and things like that as well. So, but the main point here is that we don't really want to exclude anyone from the Champs program. If you're joining the Champs program, you've accepted that you want to learn something about accessibility, and we'll kind of meet you where you're at and build from there. And I've highlighted this one before, probably even a couple of times, but I think it is really important because there are departments where people think accessibility isn't relevant to them. Like maybe you're an artist or something like that, and you just don't think accessibility is relevant to you. Or maybe you don't work in anything that touches the game, and you're only thinking about accessibility in terms of our products. You're not really thinking about accessibility in terms of our studio and things like that too. But that's not true. Like maybe it's the case you work in the creative services department or something like that, and you're producing graphics for our internal teams, or maybe you're working on internal communications or anything like that. And accessibility is extremely relevant to these departments as well. And we want to encourage everyone to take part, really. We want to encourage all of these departments to learn more about accessibility. And that is what is helping change our culture, because it's not just something we're thinking about in this particular area of the game when this particular process tells us to. It's something that we're taking from end to end throughout the entire company. In terms of the commitments of our champions, we expect people to attend the monthly champions meeting, which is 1 hour per month. And I do understand that this isn't always possible. Like sometimes people have booked holidays and things like that, then they might not be able to attend. But generally speaking, we want to encourage a regular attendance. So it's something you kind of do spend that hour on once per month. We also want people to speak up about accessibility. At the same time, I do understand that this can be difficult. It can be difficult if you're the only person in the room willing to speak up about a particular topic. But that's kind of like the commitment we want from our champions. They're people willing to say something when something is wrong around accessibility. They're people who are willing to advocate and learn about accessibility. So they're willing to be present as an advocate in their meetings and things like that. Obviously, it is still the case that if you wanted to join champs just to learn, and I don't want to exclude people if they're more anxious or anything like that. I don't want to exclude people on the basis that they have to be outspoken, because I understand that some people can't be. But that's the kind of attitude we want to foster. We do want to foster people being willing to, even if it sends someone a message. Like we've had things come up where people have said to me, "Oh, I don't, I want to be part of champs, but I don't want to have to present something. I don't want to have to talk about my work and things like that, because I'm not really used to talking about my work in front of groups of people." And I would say, "Oh, don't worry about that. If you have anything you want to bring up, let me know, and then I'll do it." So there are different avenues to kind of speak up, I think, too. Like it doesn't have to be, you stand up in a meeting in front of your boss and tell them that what they're doing is wrong because it's not accessible. It can also be, you send the accessibility program manager a message and you say, I'm concerned about this particular feature. Is there anything you could do to speak to this person, help us make it more accessible? And then that could be an approach as well. The other factor, as I mentioned, is advocate and learn. So it's commitment to learning more about accessibility. In terms of the benefits, you get to be part of a friendly and supportive community at the studio. The conversations we have in the champs meetings, I think, are very positive and productive, and it's just a nice meeting to be a part of. We're very open to other people's ideas and things like that. Like it's not a meeting where you're going to be dismissed in any capacity. So I think that's a good kind of attitude to foster there, and I think that makes people want to participate and want to kind of share ideas in that space. It's also the fact that you get support in overcoming barriers and challenges that you're experiencing in your own work from the accessibility program manager. And of course, this is also available to other people at the studio, but it's a space to express those concerns. It's a space to express if you're experiencing a challenge and you need support, and then get that immediately on a regular basis. And we also provide priority access to training and resources around accessibility, things like attendance to the Game Accessibility Conference. That is something that we prioritize our champions for, because we want to reward people for making a commitment towards accessibility. So, if you're already committing time at the studio, and then you want to learn more, you want to invest more in your skills in that area, then we think that makes sense, because you're positioning yourself as an advocate in the studio. So it makes sense to invest in you and empower you as an advocate in that area. So it makes sense you get priority access to the training and things like that as well. And that doesn't mean that training isn't available for other people too. If they need accessibility training, that absolutely will be made available to them. But it's just that priority access is for people who are in the champs program. And in terms of the benefits, additional benefits, I guess, in terms of explicit rewards, we're looking into accessibility branded merchandise. This is still a work in progress. We haven't delivered anything on this front yet. but we have things like an accessibility logo, and we have the template for things like pin badges and t-shirts and things like that. They're definitely things that are within scope for us to provide to our accessibility champions. That's something that we want to do in the future to reward people for participating over time. And the other factor is that accessibility is a serious area of professional development that many companies value highly. I think there are a lot of companies that take accessibility very seriously. And if you say, look, I'm a game designer and I also have a lot of experience with accessibility, I think that's a way to enhance your skill set and make yourself more employable. So I think that that's a big benefit to joining the Champs program and investing in your own learning and development around that topic that's important to your area of work. If you review the challenges that we found around a lot of developers who were experiencing difficulty making accessible games, then the Champs program provides a clearer source of accessibility knowledge. It embeds people with that knowledge into teams and clearly identifies who those people are. So it helps in that sense. And it also builds up knowledge over time as you attend the Champs meetings and get exposed to more and more information, both externally and internally around accessibility. It also provides a regular space to talk. So that's in relation to the idea that people didn't know where they could talk about accessibility. It doesn't mean this is the only space that accessibility should be featured in conversation, obviously not, but it provides a regular space. It normalizes these conversations around accessibility and it helps them more readily extend into the rest of the studio. It creates this culture and this mindset where it's normal and typical to talk about accessibility. And we have people of all levels of seniority taking part in the Champs program. We might have someone like a creative director in the Champs program and they're talking with someone on the design team or something like that, and they wouldn't normally have a conversation about accessibility, right? But they have it in Champs and it extends beyond that and they can pick up that conversation elsewhere and things like that too. So Champs also helps celebrate and recognize the value of people's accessibility work. As I mentioned before, the difficulty there was that people didn't necessarily feel that they were being valued for the work they were doing in that area. So Champs helps with that a little bit and it helps recognize the value of the work there. We also can celebrate some of the work beyond Champs as well. So we don't just want to only celebrate in Champs. We also want to spotlight that work in other areas as well. It means that everyone in Champs is aware of that work, and that means I can then go into another channel in our Slack or something like that and say, look at this really great bit of accessibility work that relates to UI or art or anything like that, and help them kind of celebrate that there as well. Champs also helps us build knowledge around accessibility, and again, that it's not just about the building knowledge. Sorry, it's not just about the sources of accessibility knowledge, but it's also about building it over time. So it's two factors really there. It's like the availability and the actual acquisition of that knowledge. And Champs helps us with that because you're learning more by participating in the Champs program. So that's really the Champs program as it stands at Splash Damage. And I just want to talk about the future and the related initiatives a little bit as well. Ultimately, the Champions program will evolve with the studio and the needs of the people that are participating in the Champions program. So that means that it might change. It might not always be the same structure of internal, external news and open discussion. It might be the case that people feel they really want a 30-minute little workshop on a particular task, or it might be the case that the Champs program is just fueling initiatives outside of it. It might be the case that we stick with a similar structure, but people are saying, oh, we need this workshop or we need this educational resource, and that's something that I can invest time into. In the future, I hope to get guest speakers involved in our Champs program and pull more lived experience of disability into our Champs meeting, because I think those are amazing sources of insight for our developers to learn from, and that aligns with some of the challenges that game developers face as well. And I also think that the feedback will help us, the feedback that developers provide from our meetings will help us shape the future of our Champs meetings. So it ends up being quite circular in that sense. But the Champions program also guides our other initiatives. For instance, I touched upon this a little bit on the previous slide, but something that comes up in the Champs meeting maybe isn't something we can resolve on the spot. Maybe it's an area of knowledge that they feel is missing, and it's something that not just that person feels is absent, but a number of the team or a number of people from different teams feels that they could benefit from, and then maybe that leads to the development of a new workshop or course or something like that we can help with. It might also be that some of the barriers are related to processes, and it's something that we can invest in towards process change instead. So again, it's this idea that it's not necessarily the case that the Champs meetings have to actively resolve all the problems that people raise. The Champs meetings provide a pulse of accessibility at the studio, and as the accessibility program manager, I can then go behind the scenes and help resolve some of those issues for the studio and to change our process and culture to make it easier for us to make more accessible games. One final thing I think it's important to talk about is that if we're talking about cultural change being required to make accessible games successfully, then we're also talking about things like change management practices, like how are we planning and measuring while we make changes. And I think there's a few things just on that I want to touch upon very briefly. So things like our attendance to the champs meetings, like how many people are attending each meeting, feedback forms and things like that. So we'll send feedback forms out on a semi-regular basis just to get people's thoughts on the champs meetings, to get insight on whether they thought anything could be done differently. We're also always accepting informal feedback. Like people can always speak to me at any point, and that's always expressed. If they have any questions or have any concerns, people can go to me. That includes the Champs program. People often speak in the Champs program openly anyway as well. So if they have something they want to talk about that we're not talking about, they'll raise it there. But there's always opportunities to provide feedback outside of that privately too. And we also have our accessibility culture survey or accessibility process survey. And that measures accessibility initiatives across a variety of matters that affect culture and process. Brilliant. And thank you very much for listening to me for 30 minutes. If you have any questions, remember that you can ask them on the dedicated channel on the Discord. And also, if you're attending the event in person, feel free to just walk up to me and have a chat. Thank you and goodbye.
If you know me, you know I am a huge advocate for champs programs. And I absolutely love that, number one, we got to see Joe's research brain in action as he developed his champs program. Because when I went to develop my program, there was way less thought put into how or why and just action. It worked out for me. I got lucky, but I love that we were able to take someone who was able to do the research and actually show this is why I did it, this is what I've learned, this is how you can be successful. And I love that one of the things that really got called out during this talk is accessibility requires a cultural shift. And when you work in accessibility, sometimes you're not going to be able to point to, oh, this is what I delivered in this sprint, because that is not how accessibility change happens. And if you are in the mindset of trying to think of how you can personally deliver a product or feature in your accessibility role, you are doing a disservice to yourself and everyone you're trying to support, because accessibility is a culture initiative that must be operated on first and make sure that is safe, because if there's not a culture change, that ends up being you needing to personally be there to make accessibility happen all the time. And so by creating a champs program and creating a space for accessibility, it spreads. And I absolutely love how in this talk, it was described as, the champion programs provide a pulse of accessibility. They can become the heart of accessibility, whether on a project or a studio or across a massive publisher. Accessibility champions means that it's not just you, it's a supported network, which I talked about yesterday in my talk, that you have to have a network to be successful. And again, it really highlights that you have to create an open and safe space. I loved what was said, we don't need you to know everything. We just need you to be willing to learn. And that is really what it's all about. So I absolutely love that talk. If you haven't started a champs program on your studio, project, publisher, whatever, again, highly, highly recommend. We literally just got the blueprint right here, as Microsoft would say, build on the success of others and rip off all of his ideas and then improve them. And then in 3 years, come give a talk on how you took all that stuff from him and made it better, so the rest of us can learn about all your good work. So with that concludes the first talk of the day. We will have a short break, and then we'll be welcoming our first live talk of the day. Thank you. I'm going to move this because I keep and then I don't want to get back up. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. So I'm really excited to introduce Matt for our next talk. This is the third time I've made him give this talk. That's how much I love it. That is actually not a joke. I just keep having him repeat literally. Well, this was actually going to be the hardest version of this talk because I was like, I absolutely love that talk. Can you cut 15 minutes off it and still make it just as great? So that's like no problem at all, I'm sure, to self-edit.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Not a problem. But what I absolutely love about this is you're going to get some amazing learnings and you're going to get it through the eyes of Matt's own personal lived experience. So here we go, Wobbly Gamer, thank you.
Good morning. Now it's not going to work. No.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm Matt. More of you probably in the room know me as Wobbles, the Wobbly Gamer. This is my talk through wobbly eyes. I like to start with this because it's not going to be your normal presentation. To quote Chloe, I am like an excited puppy when I get to public speak. I am all over the place. I go on tangents, but I am today hopefully not going to go on a tangent because I had to cut 15 minutes of this talk, which was so easy. So who am I? Quite a lot of you in the room might know me. Quite a lot in the room probably don't. I am the Wobbly Gamer. I am a gamer, visually impaired content creator, accessibility consultant, disability advocate, streamer, and husband and dad. I like to put the bit in at the bottom just because I'm a human being, and I talk a lot about someone in this presentation who goes by the name of Taz. That is my 7-year-old little boy. He has got being diagnosed currently for ADHD, and my stream community nicknamed him Taz because he doesn't stop. So I am quite literally the Wobbly Gamer. Mother Wobbles, as we refer to her, caught a Pseudomonas infection while pregnant with myself. So Pseudomonas infection is a disease in the mother, not the baby, but it stops the baby developing inside the womb. I was born fully blind, paralyzed down my left-hand side and underdeveloped. It was 7 days until I got the diagnosis, and it was a shock. At that point, the NHS isn't in the place it is now, and my mum and dad were told to put me in care because I was going to be, excuse the quote, a vegetable in a wheelchair. And that was only, what, 30 years ago? So as you can see down there, I've got fully functioning left-hand side, I've got a good level of usable vision, and I have developed a condition called nystagmus. Nystagmus affects the nerves in the brain. It's a form of brain damage. It causes my pupils to wobble uncontrollably. 1 in 1,000 people have this condition, and I have got one of the greatest side effects that not many people with that condition have, and that is called head shaking nystagmus. My head literally shakes. It wobbles, it doesn't stop except when I'm asleep. I am quite literally, as I say here, I am a Wobbly Gamer. I have never done anything differently, never known any different. It's part of me, I've embraced it. It's my life and it's me. That's all I ever say about it. I went through mainstream school. I did everything, worked in hospitality, had 15 years in hospitality, worked my way up from kitchen porter to restaurant manager to hotel manager. And then to, excuse my French, I swear a lot, shit went south. I found out in 2017 I was losing my usable vision. I went to a doctor's or the opticians and went, I'm struggling to see the computer at work. Okay, we'll go send you to a neurologist, and then because that's all to do with the brain scans later, and there's still no answer. All they know is my vision's getting worse. You sit in a room with a bloke in a lab coat, and he goes, you could eventually end up blind. You might not. It could be in 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, or never. You could still have some usable vision on the day you die, but you won't know. At this point, I just got to the pinnacle of my career, restaurant manager, pushing for a Michelin star. I had a 7-month-old little boy, Taz, and I left that hospital, and you feel absolutely devastated because you don't know what to expect. I want to watch my little boy grow up. I just got married, and then I walked out and went, oh God, how am I going to play FIFA? And it's funny, you can laugh. People think I'm absolutely mad because I had all that going on, and one of my first thoughts was, how will I be able to play FIFA? FIFA at that point was my social life. I'd worked 80-hour weeks in hotels or restaurants. When I wasn't working or with my little boy, I was playing pro clubs with my friends, screaming at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was my social life. It was my getaway. As most people in this room that game know, that's what most of us use it for, escapism. But for me, it was more than that. I'd gamed for a child from 5 years old through till now. It's all I ever did. Gaming and football was my life. It was my passion. I never got drunk in a park on cider. I was too busy playing pro clubs. It was everything to me, everything. And it broke my heart thinking that I couldn't play games with my friends, but not just my friends, my son. He is an avid gamer. He doesn't stop playing Fortnite. He lives, breathes, and sleeps Xbox. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. So I turned to my good old friend, social media, and found people, many of them sitting in this room right now. And I watched their content. I listened to them. I learned from them. And then I decided to tweet EA Sports and the community manager at Sports with what can only be described as a very unprofessional tweet. I wouldn't dream of doing it now, but it worked. He went, okay, let's chat. And I went, shit. Because I didn't really have a clue. I just played video games. I knew bits and bobs. And the person inside me went, right, you don't like looking like an idiot, so you're going to have to learn and see and educate yourself in accessibility. So when you get these opportunities, you can actually make a difference and you don't make a twat of yourself. And I did. As I say, I watched content and I learned, and I spent hours on the internet and just learning and playing games. Playing games became a different thing for me. It became research. I'd play a game and be like, oh my God, this is not accessible. Why is it not accessible? And educated myself, learning from others, and then decided that I was going to get made, or I was going to leave hospitality and work in the family sector. And I was a family support worker for a sight loss charity. And I played games as a child. And this is where it really drove home the difference I could make. I was just awed at the amount of people that couldn't play games, children that were obsessed with Pokemon, having to go to school and tell their friends that they couldn't actually play the latest Pokemon game because the text size was too small. I wanted to be able to play games with my son. There's other people in the room here that I know want to be able to play certain games, but they can't because they're not accessible. And to me, I had the support network that understood, I had friends that gamed, and I want to be able to play the same game with my friends and not feel like a burden or get carried on PUBG or Apex or whatever. I want to be level. It's a level playing field. That's what I want. This time last year, I got made redundant. I lost my job in the charity sector. I was like, what am I going to do now? Didn't have a clue. Was very much lost because I didn't know what to do, because working in hospitality really only gives you hospitality experience. I didn't have any bits of paper. I didn't have any qualifications in anything other than hospitality. And it sounds like a really crap superhero arc, but my wife at the time was like, why don't you become the wobbly gamer? And we did. I went full time, took the risk, and in the space of a year, lots has happened. I've worked with many of the people in the room today, but there's lots of things that I've done as well alongside that. I'm volunteering with the RNIB alongside Sightless Combat, and a couple of people in the room, we have a Discord that has got 60 plus visually impaired gamers. And we brought gamers together. We brought visually impaired gamers together on a regular basis to talk about video games, to chat about video games. They now have D&D nights. It's turned into a community. It's a safe community internet for visually impaired gamers. And myself and a couple of people in this room have created that. And it's something I think they should be proud of that's helped me do it. I attended Disability Expo 2023 and was there part of their gaming zone. And there was a moment at this that I wish I could have a video of and show every person that's ever worked in the games industry. And it was a young girl with cerebral palsy. And she had no realization she could play video games. Her mum and dad didn't realize she could do it. And using adaptive equipment there at the event that was there, we got to play in Paw Patrol, the racing game. And I've never seen a room full of people, grown men, all crying their eyes out because of how excited this little girl got at the prospect of actually being able to play a video game. And it's down to the work that everyone in this room does. And it's really drummed it home for me that this is not just making games accessible, it's making a hell of a difference to someone. And for me, that's what it was all about. I realized I could make a difference through many different ways. I stream on Twitch, that lovely bunch of people there you can see, where I stood outside a very grotty nightclub in Manchester at an event we all met at this year. We'd gamed frequently for the last year playing PUBG, and they made PUBG accessible to me because it was a game I gave up due to a lack of accessibility. They've embraced it. They've not once gone to me at all, you're a burden, or oh, you did awful in that game. And I'm like, yeah, it's because I can't see, funnily enough. But they've never been like that. It's not been an issue. And people like that, back in content creators like myself, they now take that role, the accessibility work into their role. One of them's a web developer that now uses accessibility, and he never did that before meeting me. And things like that. You can make a difference in many different factors as an accessibility consultant and advocate without actually realizing it. So that's enough about me. So that's kind of my arc, as you could say. And here I am now. It's been a whirlwind, and without people in the room here, it wouldn't have been possible for me. And just thank you. So this is kind of a cliche of mine. I've got a bit of a reputation. If you haven't already noticed in the Discord, text size. Yeah. So these are just some of the bits that I find most helpful with gaming myself. So it's accessibility for me. Text size is the top of that list. I'd spend hours rambling about text size. I got recognized EGX as the bloke that talks about text size on Twitter. It's phenomenal. Make it customizable. Make anything customizable. Customization is key. There is 5 visually impaired people in the room that I know of, and each person in the room with that vision impairment has a different condition, and each of us has different needs, but we all fit under the partially sighted or visually impaired bracket. But every single one of us, I can tell you now, has different accessibility needs. So customization is key, and specifically for me, text size. A lot of games you spend most of your time reading, and for someone that suffers from eye strain, if you don't make that text accessible, for me, I can't play your games for as long as I'd like to put it bluntly. It's about everything, the size, background opacity, font, even the spacing. If your font looks good and it's not that accessible, space it out a little bit. There's little things you can do that aren't obvious and in your face, but they make such a difference. Customization for text for me is king. It's as I know, you've seen it in the Discord, I've got a reputation for moaning about text size in video games. And it's a really boring reputation, but for me, it's huge. It is massive. HUDs. I don't like to throw games under the bus. That's not my style, but that is a game there with all the accessibility settings on. As you can see, still not very accessible. HUDs are your information. It's your key vital points when you're playing video games. You need that information present and accessible. On the other side, there's 2 nice HUDs. We've got Assassin's Creed Mirage from Ubisoft. As you can see, it's got very good opacity. The icons are good. It's customizable as well. It's everything you can turn on, off, make darker, make brighter. It's a great example for me of an accessible HUD for a visually impaired person. It gives all the key information in an accessible way. The text is also lovely, which I will point out. It just makes it so much easier. If you make your games accessible, we can play them for longer. And that's what it's about. At the end of the day, we all want to be able to game together. We all want to be able to play games with each other. And without these settings, we can't. And it is down to something. So the difference between being able to play your game and not can sometimes be something as simple as putting a opacity change up on the compass at the top of the screen in a first-person shooter, or adding an opacity text box behind it on the HUD, so that text is then clear, concise, and easy to read. Halo underneath, it's a game I played for hours as a child, and I love first-person shooters, but one of the reasons was the armor colors were different. They're clear, it's not, everyone hasn't got a nice shiny, if you played most video games, everyone's running around in black SWAT uniforms, and I can't see half of them. Halo, one team's bright blue, one team's bright red, and you can even customize that these days, and it's phenomenal. It makes such a difference, and I don't ever think it was done as an accessibility thing, because Halo's always been blue team, red team, and it works. It enabled me to play that game for hours as a child. Ping systems. Ping is king, as we said yesterday. This one's quite an unusual one. Not many people would put it down to someone having a visual impairment saying they like a ping system. For me, I spend a lot of time playing first-person shooters, and my friends saying, he's over there, and I will respond, where? Because you make very pretty-looking games, but they're not always accessible because you do nice backdrops and then someone's running around in camouflage, and I haven't got a hope in hell's chance of seeing them. But with a ping system, it reduces the field of vision for me. It reduces the field of vision for a lot of people. You can instantaneously locate the ping system if it's accessible, and you can then be in the fight for as long as possible, or you need a key bit of information to loot to whatever. Ping systems are phenomenal for people with a visual impairment because it reduces the amount of time they need to look for something. It gives them a clear, concise position and location to use their vision. High contrast. This is something that Ian touched on yesterday. The advancement of it has been massive. And these are two examples of it from older games that I still like to talk about now. I don't know if any of you remember or played Mirror's Edge. I was talking about this yesterday to someone. It was a game I played hours of as a child, and I never worked out why, because it's not my normal cup of tea, to put it bluntly. It's a game that I adored. And as an adult and being in the accessibility and like seeing now, I've realized it's because it's accessible. Everything was white, and everything you needed to look at or locate was bright red. It was accidental accessibility. It was great, and it's all down to high contrast. Assassin's Creed is another game I play a lot of, and Eagle Vision opened my eyes to a whole new world inside a video game because it made it accessible. I spend all the time playing Assassin's Creed clicking in the right stick because it just makes the game high contrast for 30 seconds at a time. And at 26 years old, I remember doing it. I had to go into the kitchen on a game and ask my wife to help me find a key in a video game. And I was like, I've gamed for this point for 21 years. And I have to go into the kitchen where my wife's cooking our dinner, go in there and go, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. You're looking after the child, but I can't find a key in a video game. And you can imagine the response I got. It was quite colourful. But Assassin's Creed, I never had that problem because I'd click the right stick in. The room turns black, the key floats bright and yellow or gold or red, and then it's the same in combat situations. Spider-Man 2 added the toggle, and I adore that setting because you can toggle the combat to high contrast instantaneously, and it doesn't affect the immersiveness because you can switch it on in combat and switch it off for other things. You can switch it on instantaneously. Again, you fight a lot of guys in that game that are all wearing camouflage outfits, and at the same time you've got policemen that are wearing black uniforms, and it does stop me from punching policemen in the face of Spider-Man. It works really well, and it makes such a difference. And just, as Ian touched on it, high contrast is getting so good, but it's so key for visually impaired gamers. It enables us to not have to go into the kitchen and ask our wife to help us find a key on a video game. And yeah, it's funny, but at the same time, it's also a little bit degrading when you just want to be able to play the games and not have to ask for that assistance. Full screen effects. Something, again, I'm a bit of an FPS nerd, if you hadn't noticed. I love my first-person shooter games, and every single one of them has flashbangs. There is a video normally leads to this that's got the flashbang video, to put it bluntly, of me getting flashbanged in a video game by my friends because they find it funny because you see what happens. It's like someone's just running my front room and flashbang me because I sit so close to the screen, my nose is touching it. I can't really game in a snapback because my snapback gets in the way. That's how close I sit to the screen. And when you're flashbanged in that setting, it's like someone chucked the flashbang in your setup. The screen goes white. And for myself with a vision impairment, it absolutely destroys me. It takes me out of the game for a minute because I need to refocus, get my eyes to refocus, and it disorientates, can lead to headaches, not just that, seizures as well. It's not just a vision impairment, it can lead to so many issues. But recently, we've seen it in a couple of games, but this is from X-Defiant, which is Ubisoft's latest FPS, the video. You can't hear it. I'm in a fight, get 2 or 3 kills, and I get flashbang. Screen goes black.
Oh, do you know what I do like? The flashbang setting.
If that was to go white,
So the flashbang
I
setting-
would be out of the fight for 30 seconds. I'd have to turn my head away from the monitor to readjust my focus, to just get my eyes back to a level of using them because I end up with white dots. It destroys me. And in a game like X-Defiant or Call of Duty, which I've got it now, that 30 seconds is vital. It's the difference between winning the game or dying or losing. And it makes such a difference. And it also stops me getting migraines. It also stops people having seizures. And it is such I would say it's such a simple setting to turn something from flashing white to black. And X-Defiant have done it, and Call of Duty have done it. And it's 2 great examples of accessibility in action and actually making such a difference. This isn't everything inside accessibility. We all know that. There's lots and lots and lots that can be done and be changed and be made customizable. Button remapping, menu narration, navigation assistance, tutorials, game speed, everything comes under accessibility. And the difference is huge for someone that can play your games or not. I like to talk about this game quite frequently. It's a game that got slaughtered on social media, on everywhere, because it just wasn't a great game. But do you know what it did have? It had really good accessibility settings. And I sing about it and people are like, how do you the only person in the world that's probably still talking about this game? And I'm like, yeah, but it was a step forward for that game, that style, that company. They changed it. They made it accessible. They had accessibility settings that weren't in previous titles from them. And yeah, the game wasn't great, but it was a massive step forward in the right direction. And for me, I'm a massive advocate of every step forward is huge and should be considered a win. We, as gamers in this room, know the pressure you developers are under. It's not easy, and you get a lot of stick from other communities about this, about games and not having a level of understanding. But for me, and I know a few others in the room would probably echo my opinions, that every accessibility setting you add, every difference you make is huge, and you should consider it a win. If one more person can play your game because of an accessibility setting you've added, you should be able to hold your head up high and say, I'm proud of what I've done, because you've made a difference. And you might not ever realize it. You might not see that girl at Disability Expo get so excited about playing Paw Patrol. You might not see the difference it makes to someone like me being able to play PUBG for 17 hours on my mate straight and still be able to see at the end of it. But it's like I say, every time you make a difference in a video game, please consider it a win. It's huge. The difference is monumental. And I have no idea how long that was. So I really am hoping that was on time. I did say it was going to be chaotic. Again, thank you. If you've got any questions, please hit me up in the Discord. I'm on every form of social media. I'm just look for the Wobbly Gamer, you'll find me. But yeah, thank you guys.
He was on time. That was fantastic. I had just figured I was gonna have to let him go over and cut a little bit of time out of our break, but no, absolutely fantastic. I hope you all now know why I have repeatedly asked him to give the same talk, because it is absolutely fantastic. Again, I love being able to hear the examples of like, here is my personal journey. Here is how I've realized what I need. And here's how I realize I can also help others. And so many of the tips are incredibly practical. And you know what? I think Mr. I'm going to complain about small text is a great reputation to have, because you know what? Text is frequently too damn small. So it's a real issue. And if you know what, like, even if on social media people just don't remember that you're the wobbly gamer and they remember you're text size guy, you got them thinking about text size, and that's a win. You know, a win is a win, and we're gonna take it. Um, you know, but I think the most important part to take away from Matt's talk is really, again, the importance. We got to hear him describe, oh my God, am I going to be able to play FIFA? That shows you how important gaming is to people and why the work we do is so important. We have to make sure that Matt can always play FIFA, right? Like, we don't want to be the people that take FIFA away from Matt. Or I guess that's more of a Morgan problem, I'm sorry. But I think that's a great way to cap off the beginning of our morning. So we are now going to take our morning break. So it'll be a half hour. For everyone in person, please enjoy some coffee and tea. And for everyone online, we will see you when we get back. Thank you. Hello. Well, moving cables so I don't accidentally trip our next speakers. All right, I hope everyone had a fantastic break. So it's obviously incredibly important to learn directly from disabled gamers, their needs, wants, and preferences. And we're incredibly lucky for this next talk, which takes all of the results from a survey and gets to share with us all of this information in a amazingly compiled presentation and also paper, which I believe you've already posted in the Discord, so you can save that link now. So please, come on, let's welcome our next speakers.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Tara. Thank you very much, everybody. We are Carmen Mangiron and Maria Eugenia Mel for friends, so all of you can call her Mel. La Reina from Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona. And we feel a little bit like the odd ones out, because we come from an academic background. We also come from a humanities and social science background. So we're not developers or anything like that, but we are very interested and keen on game accessibility, and we work a lot on it from a user's perspective. So what we are going to be presenting today, Tara explained it already. So it's the results of this survey. Sorry, I don't know how to. The slide, sorry.
Oh, it's my bad. I set you up for failure.
No, it's me. If anything can go wrong, it's me. It's Murphy's Law. So, and I know this is like preaching to the converted, but just to contextualize, of course, we always cite Yuan et al. When we talk about accessibility barriers or issues when you're interacting with a game. So, for example, in the case of blind or low vision users, if you cannot receive the stimuli of the game, you will, because it's only, for example, in text or in visuals, you won't be able to determine what response to give to the game, and you won't be able to provide any input. Although, of course, these barriers also apply, for example, determining the response. It could also be for neurodivergent people who might receive the stimuli, but they do not know because the tutorial is too difficult, or the level is too, there's no tutorial practice mode, for example, and they don't know what to do. Or, for example, people with reduced mobility, they might not be able, they receive the stimuli, they know what to do, but if you have to press many buttons at the same time or very fast, they won't be able to provide input. So these are some of the main barriers when we interact with the video game that are, as you all know, often unintended, and that what we need to do is try to overcome them. And of course, you all know and you all agree, and it's great, because usually in our field of study, we're always the video game people are the kind of the strange ones, the late in the afternoon, you know, in all conferences. So it's great to be talking to people who believe in the same. So we're going to be focusing, we've been working on game accessibility for blind and low vision players, and more specifically in audio description. When we started working on this, like Xiaoxun Zhang, who's the only other, I think, academic that I know in the room, and I already in 2016 started saying in a paper, we should have audio descriptions in video game. I know many other people have mentioned this as well in the industry, but when we started this project that we'll be talking about in 2019, there were no games with AD. But now, luckily, Ian was mentioning this yesterday, we have quite a few. Since 2020 was a landmark because Ubisoft started audio describing their trailers, which is great. But if you don't have then the audio description in the game, it's not going to help you to play it. And then, of course, we have as well The Last of Us 1 remake in 2022. Sorry, September was the first video game that had audio description and cinematics. We now also have Spider-Man, Forza Motors, as you all know. Then Mortal Kombat with the fatalities, which is great, and the audio description is as horrifying as the visuals, you know, it's really good. So I think you can get a really good experience by seeing it. And you know, I haven't shown it to my students yet because I'm not sure if somebody's going to complain, but because it's so good, the audio description as the visuals. And then we also have, we're moving on because of course, cutscenes, cinematics, audio description is the easiest, so to speak, because audio description, which Ian defined yesterday, and I'm sure you all know, but it's translating visuals into words to provide access to those who do not have access to the visuals. And it has been really researched for many years in audiovisual translation. So there are a lot of standards and good practices, but of course, now we're talking of a new media as well. And we do not only have cutscenes, we also have, and this is the biggest technological challenge, the dynamic and interactive audio description, because each person might play a game in a different way. So I think this is the challenge that lays ahead of you all. But there are some games already introducing audio description in interactive content. So we have Brock the Investigator, which not only has for the cinematics, but also for the points of interest of the interactive objects. And then there's this simple game, Dog Dash for children, in which there's audio description, automated audio description, I think, to help you overcome the obstacles and make it. So now we're going to be talking about our project, which is very important to remember that we started doing before there was any audio description out there. And we were looking at how could we improve audio accessibility for blind and low vision players. And we started doing a literature review of game accessibility, and especially for blind players. We also started, Mel is actually doing a PhD. Like this is a 3-year project funded by the, well, 3.5 because pandemic came in and we got an extension, but funded by the Spanish Ministry of Science. And then Mel is doing her PhD as part of this project. So she did also some research to create an analysis tool to assess the accessibility of games, not with points or anything like that, but to see what accessibility features it has, and also looking at reviews and the opinion of users, because accessibility is only as good as how useful it is to the users. And there's so many users and so many needs that you need to take that into account. It's also available in another paper, and we won't be talking about this. But anyway, so she did an analysis of that. And then we went on to what we will be presenting today, which is an online survey that was self-administered only in Spain, because this was a Spanish based project for persons with visual disabilities. And we wanted to know a lot about audio description. About the methodology, what we wanted to know was what were the needs and the preferences of people with visual disabilities, mainly blind people and low vision players, when they are playing games. And we also wanted to know, are there any blind or low vision players out there who would like to play, but are not playing because of lack of accessibility? And also, did they think that audio description could make their experience richer? And so anyway, this is what we wanted to know. And we also wanted to know what the benefits of audio description would be for these players, and also what the challenges could be for the developers or for implementing it. It ran for 3 months in 2020. This is pre-pandemic, so this Mel will tell you, but we need to take also this into account when we look at the results. And our target were persons with visual disabilities. They had to be 18 or above, because otherwise we don't get the ethics. You know, we need ethics approval from our university, and if they're minors, it's very complicated. And they had to live in Spain. We got 124 answers, which we were quite happy, but we had to rule, we couldn't reject some because they weren't, they didn't finish the questionnaire, or they were underage, or they weren't living in Spain at the time. And regarding the gaming habits, it's quite balanced. We got 58 people who were considered themselves gamers or regular players, and we got 48 non-players. And out of this, we had, you can see we put in bold the highest number. We had blind people, 58 people, and 30 of them were players, 28 weren't playing. And people with low vision, we got 48 answers. We had, there was a bit of a gender imbalance. We had the option of male, female, other gender identities, but we don't get any other gender identities in our participant sample. And we got 74 male and 32 female, which is not in line with the latest data from AEVI, which is the Spanish Video Game Association, in which there's 52% male and 48% female. So this is not in line, but in our sample, this is what we got. And then regarding the age, the youngest participant was 18 and the oldest was 74, which we're quite happy to have got somebody answering this survey, but he was not a gamer. That's not a surprise either, but he still took the time, to do the survey. And as you see, most of them were under 35. The average age was 31. And this is also in line with the average age of European players, according to the International Software Federation of Europe. And according to AEVI, which is the Spanish local organization, it's around 30. So this is in line as well with the, so basically they're gamers like any other gamer, in Spain, but we got less women to answer. And regarding one of the first questions, do you think that are video games currently accessible? Surprise, surprise. Most people thought that they weren't accessible, but we 99 of them, but we got 7 people who were players who thought they were accessible. This could be because the games they play are accessible or because they're so good at playing them that they can play FIFA, even with the reduced vision. And then the question that we also asked them, would you play to the non-players? So this was only, in the survey, only for non-players. Would you play games if they were more accessible? 36 people answered yes, and 8 people no, and 4 didn't bother answering. So we might take that as a no. And I think this is me. Okay, so thank you very much. And now I will hand it to Mel.
Thank you, Carmen. I will get into the specifics of the survey about the player preferences. So first we asked them what gaming platforms do they use? And just for you to have in mind, this was done at the end of 2020. So the 9th generation of consoles wasn't out yet. So the responses were more about PlayStation 4 and the Nintendo Switch, basically. So the platforms weren't as accessible as they are now in 2024. We had most players saying that they play on PC and mobile devices. And here, if you can see that the numbers are much bigger than the number of responses we got. This is why they could, this is because they could choose different platforms. So one person could choose different answers in the survey. So this is why the number is so high. And then we asked them, why do they play in these platforms? And they linked their platform preference to the accessibility. So in this sample, we can see that our survey respondents prioritize accessibility when choosing what platform to play in. And this is not surprising, really. And we could also see that we had some players playing in consoles, but that they chose this platform because it was their preferred one. And they liked the games in this platform, even if they weren't as accessible as the ones on PC or on mobile devices. Then we asked our whole sample if they would play in any other platform if it was more accessible. And we can see that there was a huge preference for consoles. So this was definitely a pressing issue at the time in 2020. Now, luckily, we have a bit more of accessibility in consoles. And this result was also very interesting because the Royal National Institute of Blind People did a similar survey to ours in 2021, and they published the results in 2022, and they got very similar results to us. Their participants were also very interested in playing in consoles. We also asked our sample, and specifically the players, what type of games they were playing at the time, and we got many diverse preferences here. We have only put the top 5 preferred genre preferences, which are adventure games, role-play games, strategy games, racing games, and first-person shooters. But we had many people saying many different genres, up to 18. So some of them were puzzle games, sports games, and even educational games. And here the preference was more linked to their preferred games. So this had nothing to do with accessibility. And then we asked a similar question to the platform. So which genres would they play if they were more accessible? And again, we got very, very different results. And what we understand from this is that players with visual disabilities have a wide range of interests, just as any other player would, and every genre would benefit from more accessibility. Okay, now about the accessibility features. In this case, we didn't divide the results in players and non-players, but we did it in persons with low vision and blind persons. This information is not on the paper, so it's exclusive for this talk. And it's very, very interesting to see as well. We asked them, what accessibility features do you use when you are playing? And blind persons told us that they would use the screen reader, sound cues, and control remapping the most. And players with low vision also mentioned changing the format of the text, the high contrast, and the screen magnifier. And then related to this, we asked them, which one would you like to use if you could use any accessibility feature? And the same ones were mentioned, but one was added, which was audio description. And this was very interesting for us because up to this point, audio description hadn't come up in the survey. So it was like spontaneously our participants said, we would like to have audio description. And as we can see, it was mainly blind players who preferred audio description, 28 mentions in this case, but also some players with low vision were interested. And then we specifically got to the survey part when we asked them about audio description. And here the results are very self-explanatory. We had 95 people saying yes, please, we want audio description in games, and 11 people who said, no, we can use other accessibility features. We have further broken down these results into 3 different variables. So first, we asked participants if they regularly use audio description in other media. So for example, film, television, and even live performances like theater and opera. And we can see that both AD users and non-users of AD are interested in game audio description. And then we did some statistical analysis on this, and we got a statistically significant result. So just keep in mind that this sample is very small to do statistical analysis. And we also collected these answers from the internet, right? So it wasn't a significant sample in this sense. So we need further research, but just this result points to some relationship between using AD in your normal life and also wanting to have it in video games. We have also divided the results here according to the disability type, and both blind persons and persons with low vision are interested in game audio description. But here, the persons with low vision, it's true that 7 of them are not interested in audio description in video games. A bit after in the survey, we asked them why were they interested or not. And this was interesting because we had people with low vision saying, I don't usually use audio description, I don't need it, but I would like video games to have it because in this way they would be more accessible and more people could play them. So even if they don't use it, they would be interested in having it. And finally, we have also divided the results according to their gaming habits, so players and non-players. And here there are no statistically significant differences. So what we get from these results, summing up, is that apparently no matter the disability type or their gaming habits, participants are generally interested in audio description, and this would be very beneficial for them as they would be interested in using it. We also asked them why this audio description would be useful for them, and most people said that it would improve their comprehension of the narrative, the characters, and their scenarios. They also pointed to socialization, so as they could understand the action better, then they could talk to their friends about it and be part of the big community of gamers. And they also pointed to improved interaction, immersion, and orientation. And I have put here a quote by a blind player who said that audio description would allow me to socialize better with sighted persons, have something to talk about, and forget about my health problems. So they were really thinking about this socializing part and of being part of the big gaming culture. But of course, audio description has some implementation challenges, but this is very exciting for us. And we think that there is a lot of potential here for future research. We asked the players in the survey, but also in the interviews we did after. This is not published yet, but we are looking to publish a paper on this. But we asked them how would they like this audio description to be. So what kind of styling, what kind of content. And our participants were really worried about the interactive parts of the games. So just as Karma said before, how can the audio description account for all the variability in the player action, but also of the game? How can this work if the audio description is written beforehand? So they were worried about the fast-paced gameplay and that maybe a narrative description of what's going on, it's not fast enough for them to react when they need to react in quick time events, for example. And they were also worried about the open world games, because how can the audio description know which way the player is facing and how can they navigate this world without any points of references. But they also offered a solution, which was that audio description is not the only accessibility feature that will improve accessibility in games. It's just another one. So audio description should work together with the features we already have. So like a screen reader and sound cues and haptics and high contrast and everything that they have, that they already use and that they would like to see more in games. And in this way, players can choose which options are more beneficial to them. And related to this, we have this technical implementation part. But as we have seen, the games that are already implementing dynamic audio description in games have also found some workarounds around it. So for example, in Brock the Investigator, when you are exploring the space and you find an interactive object, you can click on it and then the audio description will play automatically. So it's synchronized to the interactive objects of the game. So there are already some workarounds about this, and we believe that if we continue researching this, we will find more ideas and more ways to implement audio description. And finally, and this is more related to our background, so we come from the translation side, the linguistic side, is how this audio description should be like. So we have already a lot of standards in film audio description, but none in game audio description yet. And we think that maybe for the non-interactive parts, the AD style could be similar regarding how objective it should be or subjective of the level of detail. But for the interactive part, we really have no data yet. So it would be very interesting to conduct some player tests with different versions of audio description and to see what their preferences would be like. So for example, in video games, the identification with a character is much more important than in film, maybe sometimes. So maybe the description should be in the first person and not in the third person. Maybe it could be more subjective. Maybe it could provide more level of detail. And well, just all of these things that are already researched in other fields, but not in games. And something that also came up in the interviews was that the players would like to have personalization options of audio description. So we could even have some different audio description available in the games, and then you could choose the one you would prefer most depending on your preferences. And just to mention the Royal National Institute of Blind Persons survey that I talked about before, they also asked their sample if they would like to have audio description, and they got a positive response. And their sample said that they would be interested in having an integrated audio description. So in the way that it would be the characters themselves describing the scene or each other in a way that it would be integrated into the narrative or in the dialogue. So this also opens up new narrative opportunities or storytelling opportunities in games. In the interviews, we also asked them specifically about this, and we got the same answer, that they would like it to be as immersive as possible and that the description could add to this. And just a small quote by a player with low vision who is talking about this combination of different accessibility features to improve their gaming experience. So they said that the first step to improve accessibility would be to add a screen reader for text, followed by audio description for visuals and sound cues for interaction. So it's just a combination of everything that we already have. And some final thoughts to conclude our presentation. We have seen since 2022 that the game industry has started to recognize the potential for audio description in video games. So this is already great news for us, but also for the players in our sample. And that these solutions already exist. They just need to be implemented more and more into games. And it's also very important to not forget about the quality of these accessibility features. So the audio description should be added into games, yes, but with a quality control, asking the players if it's usable or not, asking the researchers as well and the audio description professionals. And lastly, we would like to call for collaboration between the industry, the users themselves, and also research to improve game accessibility. And just a final quote from a player with low vision who said, "If you make your video game accessible, you will improve the gaming experience for all players, not just the persons with disabilities." So thank you so much for your attention. We are available to chat on Discord or in person or via email, and we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you so much for not only your presentation, but all of the work you had to do to conduct the survey and analyze all of the information and then translate it all into English for all of us who don't speak Spanish. I think one of the great things about this, and it was highlighted on the last slide, that when this survey was initially started, audio description in video games, there weren't really examples that they could reference at the time. And so knowing now that we have multiple titles out across the industry and various platforms that do have it shows, again, just how far we've come in only a few short years. It's a great reminder that accessibility is exponentially growing and how we're supporting players. And the other thing that I absolutely loved in this, and I loved the quote, that the players have a wide range of preferences in the type of games they play, just like any other player would. People who have low or no vision, they want to be able to play games that they enjoy because it's the genre they enjoy, not just because it's the one they can happen to play. And so it's incredibly important that we make sure that all types of games and all types of experiences are accessible to these players, and all genres can benefit. And I really loved the highlight here also, asked like, what would it improve if, particularly audio description was added into games? The idea of improving the comprehension of what is actually happening. If you missed it at the last GaConf US, we had a talk about the audio description added into Mortal Kombat and playing a cutscene without any visuals in Mortal Kombat and then playing it again but with audio description, and it's a completely different experience. Like, you don't even know what characters are on the screen or fighting because they may not be talking. And even then, like, I probably couldn't tell you which Mortal Kombat player was which one by their voice alone. Like, imagine being in that situation, and it completely changes the story, changes the narrative, changes the experience. So I highly recommend, for an even deeper dive specifically on the comprehension improvements that this offers, to check out that talk from the last conference. And of course, again, the thing I love most about this is everything here was supported by information from the players. And again, the very last thing that was said, as we continue to improve accessibility for those who are visually impaired, we need to make sure that all of the work we do is supported by research and by their users. And that's how we can continue the exponential improvement that we've seen over the past couple of years. So again, thank you for correlating all this data for us. Collecting it is absolutely phenomenal. So a round of applause. And we will have a short break, and then we will be back with our developer panel for today. Thank you. All right. So as it was mentioned yesterday, we always have two panels. Yesterday was our player panel, and today's panel is our panel from developers. We always pick a bit of a different topic. Sometimes it is based on a certain area of expertise. Sometimes it's based on the type of game. But for this one, we wanted to give an opportunity for indie developers to speak particularly on what it's like for them to try to create accessible games. Because indie developers can face unique challenges to them that other areas of development or those at a big studio may not encounter. So I'm incredibly excited to kick off this pre-recorded panel from our lovely guests. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to our panel, Game Accessibility and Indie's Perspective. Before we get going, can we go around just each panelist and just give a brief introduction and share why you're interested in game accessibility, starting with Alex.
Hi everyone, my name's Alex and I work at Polygon Treehouse. We're a very small micro indie studio. We make art-led narrative games like Rurky, which is our first game, and Mythwrecked, which is our game we're working on now. Yeah, I'm really interested in accessibility in games, just as a way of making sure as many people can enjoy the games we make as possible. We make kind of non-violent narrative games, so by their very nature, they're quite accessible anyway. There's no time pressure. But yeah, we just want to make sure that as many people can enjoy our games and are welcomed to our games.
Cool. Meredith?
Hello, everyone. So my name's Meredith Hall. I am the Business Development and Marketing Director at Summerfall Studios, which is a small indie studio in Melbourne, Australia, in case you couldn't tell from the accent. We make narrative games mostly. We just released Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, last August. But my background is in a whole bunch of different things across production, marketing, business development, and accessibility. I worked at Big Screen for a couple of years, funding independent games locally. And for me, I was always kind of interested in accessibility when I entered the industry because I have a condition called fibromyalgia, which means that I often get hit with bouts of fatigue and a number of other kind of symptoms. And I really got interested in accessibility from the perspective of developers and, you know, what it's like to be a disabled developer in the industry, what sort of accommodations there are and aren't. And I co-founded an organization called Accessibility Unlocked across Australia and New Zealand that looks at exactly that. How do we make games more accessible and how do we make the process of building them more accessible as well?
Great. And Sarah?
Hi, I'm Sarah Leishman. I am Accessibility and UX Design Manager at Hyperluminal Games, which is a small indie development studio based in Dundee. We're kind of a split studio in the sense that we do a lot of work for hire projects, but we also have a few different original IP projects in development at the moment, including Pine Hearts, which is our upcoming game that is launching in the next couple of months. And I have been accessibility lead on that project for the past couple of years. I've been working in the UX and UI field for the majority of my career now, so coming on for 14 years. And I've really always been interested in accessibility. I think it's really an extension of user experience design for me. But I also was diagnosed with ADHD about 4 years ago at age 32. So I spent a lot of my life undiagnosed and kind of fighting against my neurodiverse brain. So going through diagnosis and kind of learning how to work with my brain better and what tools and accommodations made life easier for me made me think a lot about how to make games more accessible as a designer as well. So that's really what I've been doing over the last little while, is working with the team at Hyperluminal to try and work out how we can make the games that we build more accessible for more people.
Great, thanks everyone. My name's Connor Bradley. I'm the director of Softleaf Studio. We are a micro indie team based in Belfast. We are best known for our game Stories of Blossom that came out last year. I have depression and generalized anxiety, and games have always been there as a form of release and just a bit of fun, and I love them. But this very real idea that games aren't accessible to everyone is just not how it should be. And this is why I'm really interested in the topic. We as an industry should be ensuring that we're not excluding players who want to play our games. And it's an exciting field to be a part of as well. So this leads us to our first main question. When starting a project, what steps do we take to plan a game's accessibility? Do you want to take that one, Meredith?
Oh, I think for me, it's an interesting perspective in that I often end up coming in the middle of a project. A lot of the times I end up working with independent teams who have kind of like realized halfway through that they need a producer or that they need a marketer, and they want that kind of support. So for me, it's around, as soon as you get into that space, immediately looking at a full-blown review and a prioritization with the leaders that are involved. So that's kind of going through the game's accessibility guidelines in a massive spreadsheet that I've built to actually go through line by line, playing the game as if I am a player, noting down anything that I notice that could be a barrier, and then anything that I think could be a barrier, but I don't have the understanding or the background to actually speak to, and that we might need further investigation in. So it's obviously fantastic when it can happen at the start, but that's not always the case. And at least in my experience, it's always been something where I've come in later down the line and kind of gone, hey, what are we planning to handle this?
Yeah, Sarah?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously Pine Hearts has been really our first project that we've been undertaking accessibility with, but at the point that we started looking at accessibility for Pine Hearts, we were actually just past building our first vertical slice. So we were pretty early in development. We had a reasonably good idea of what we were building. So we were in a really fortunate position at that point where we actually ended up taking on the in-game accessibility accelerator, which was like a 4-day boot camp. And as part of that boot camp, we spoke to a panel of different community members about sort of the different challenges that they face playing games, and we gathered a lot of information from that. But we also spent a little bit of time just after that taking our vertical slice to a panel and doing a focus group around it and really gathering a lot of feedback. And that really helped us very early on to understand all of the different potential barriers that might currently exist in the game and might come up later on. And that really helped us to kind of define some of the goals that we wanted to tackle going forward. And we knew that, you know, with it being the first time that we were going to tackle accessibility, we probably weren't going to be able to achieve everything right away. So the next thing that we did was sit down and go, well, what is feasible within the scope and the time that we have for Pine Hearts? What do we think we can achieve this time around? And what do we sort of accept that we can and come back to, you know, in a future project? So that was a really good starting point for us. I think having got to the point where we're nearly done with Pine Hearts now, we've actually done a bit of an accessibility retrospective, and we've looked back at what went well and what didn't go well. And one of the things that we identified as something we want to do going forward is actually having an accessibility pillar. So in the same way that you have design pillars, you create an accessibility pillar that is basically an agreed upon statement for your team. And that really helps the team to focus around what your intent is. So we'll take that forward with us on future projects, but that should really help us to reflect on our accessibility goals throughout development and also really inform the decisions that we make, because we've always got this sort of agreed upon statement that we can reflect back on. So
That's
Awesome.
great. Sorry, Alex.
No,
Just
go for it.
I was just going to say that it's so important, those like focus groups in the at the beginning, just emphasizing with the players, especially from the disabled community, and just getting to know your players that you're designing for. So it helps with things like creating personas and being able to keep them in your mind when you're developing the game. So then you'd be thinking, well, does this player, would they be running into a barrier, or if what I've just created cause some blocking barrier there? And it's so important at these earlier stages to get this information, so then you're not doing so much work and then having to redo it afterwards. Do you want to pop in then, Alex?
I was going to say, like, yeah, for our process on Mythrex, so I think one of the key things was looking at the kind of like collecting the learnings from the previous game. So we released Rurky, and like our kind of motto that was adventure for all. I mean that it's kind of like the accessibility, some of the design stuff as well. Like we basically like narrative adventure games, like or classic adventure games, notoriously can be notoriously obtuse, if that's the right word. Of like, you can, so basically we wanted the puzzle design itself to feel quite approachable and people not to get stuck. But we looked at the kind of some of the feedback about button remapping, and also about like some of the dialogue options. We'd kind of done a catch-all thing with Rurky where we'd had, people could take as much time as they wanted to read the text, and they could progress at their own speed. Some people, that was great for a lot of people, but obviously some people found it a bit frustrating to have to click through stuff all the time. So okay, and there's generally a lot of text to read in our games. The kind of story exploration and story games. So the text was a kind of a really key area for us. But yeah, we looked at kind of like what were the reoccurring bits of feedback in Steam reviews from the game and go, right, okay, so we've done okay, so now let's take those learnings through into the next project. And quite a lot of our stuff is based around like text and readability of text and player choice and how to do that stuff. But yeah, and also then bringing in the kind of the remapping stuff, which has been good. But yeah, and then we fortunate our publisher Whitethorn Games, they're really they have their an accessibility consultant Brit who works there. So actually, even relatively early in the project, we signed with them relatively early, and so actually they were an amazing resource for us to go like they had lots of documentation of like, okay, here's like a here's kind of what we expect to be there in terms of accessibility. So that was really good for us, because obviously they've got lots of learnings outside of our experience as well. So basically it's just getting organized, prioritizing what we think are the kind of critical things that we're going to get the most value of in terms of making people's players experience better, and going from there. But yeah, I think definitely collating all the feedback. And I think with feedback and Steam reviews, obviously you have to be a little bit careful. But I think if you notice things that are reoccurring, then you're like, okay, that's quite interesting. That's been there quite a few times. So I think that's definitely been a valuable process for us. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think also,
definitely.
sorry. I was just going to say, like, I think also on that note, like doing that work really early and getting that involvement and that breadth of understanding early really helps the team to kind of understand the impact of potential design decisions. Because a lot of the time, especially in smaller teams and in smaller studios, you've got people going off and having conversations one-on-one, in small groups, and potentially making design decisions that if no one in the room is there ready to push back and go, hey, that's going to have an impact here, or that could cause this, that can get lost along the way. And you're always kind of trying to claw back to keeping to potentially that, accessibility pillar. So helping them to understand that impact early by having the conversations and bringing the findings to them lets them then become those champions in those conversations that they might have along the way, which makes a huge difference long term, I think.
Definitely. And looking at other games as well and seeing what other people have done, because you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. It's definitely a space that you can innovate in. But yeah, there's a lot of great games that are doing a lot of great stuff, and they're usually the best place to look when first starting. Given the time and budget constraints that indies have, how do you go about prioritizing which areas of accessibility to tackle? Do you want to take that one, Sarah?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think for us, we started by looking at sort of different characteristics and trying to work out where we could maybe try and get to a sort of base level of accessibility across all of those characteristics. So we knew there were more extreme characteristics that we probably weren't going to be able to tackle this time around, but we tried to kind of find a balance between all of those things. But in terms of sort of thinking about how to manage sort of time and budget, one of the things that we really focused in on was how to build accessibility into our pipeline in a really sustainable way. So one of the things that we did was to focus on tools essentially. So we ended up building our own accessibility and our own settings and accessibility framework, which is in the Unity engine. And so all of the settings that we built were built upon this framework with the intent that essentially as we move on to the next project, we pull this framework with us. And so although we might not be able to do everything that we want to with the first project, then hopefully the next time around, then we've already, got the settings that we built previously and we're building new things the next time around. So we're tackling new challenges each time. And that means each project is a reinvestment of time, but we're learning new things and we're tackling new barriers. So that was kind of the best way that we could think to sort of try and carry effort forward with us, but also, hopefully build more accessible games over time. So that's the way we've been kind of trying to tackle that from our end. And I think the other thing was definitely around talking about the scope and those goals and what we wanted to achieve, and being able to let go and maybe cut things from the scope so that you could better deliver on the things that you had intended to. So there were some settings ultimately that we had to cut from Pine Hearts, which was a really difficult decision to make because you don't want to create barriers for people, but you ultimately only have the time that you have available. So you've got to focus it and make sure that what you're building is as robust as it can be. So yeah.
And I think to that point as well, as you say, it is difficult to cut stuff. And that's one thing with Stories Blossom, we were trying to do absolutely everything. And you just have to call it quits at some point and say, this is good enough for this game. And we'll take that knowledge forward to our next, and we can work upon that. Because in the real world, you are working with a budget and time, and you just have to make those cuts here and there, and hopefully that'll be addressed in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the thing I realized along the way was, even though we couldn't do everything we wanted to, and we maybe had to cut things, ultimately we were on a journey. And the fact that we've got to this point in development with the number of settings that we have in and the work that we've done so far, well, that's a huge difference from where we would have been had we not tried to put any accessibility in at all. So it's always a journey forward as well.
I think that's a really good way of looking at it. Is that so? I spoke previously about the learning from our previous game and doing stuff. And I think when you look at accessibility and all the stuff you could possibly do, it maybe could be quite overwhelming. I think at looking at like what you can do, and then I think bringing those learnings forward and building upon them, because then it doesn't feel like such a huge undertaking. Right? Go, oh, we've done that stuff already. We know how to do that again. Or let's And I think in terms of what for our stuff, I think one of the key things that we realized last time is that I think we shared a lot of stuff on social media with Berkey, and we had some text scrolling in, and actually an accessibility consultant commented on it and said, oh, actually this is it's the equivalent with someone with hearing difficulties of nails down a chalkboard. It's very great, and they can't read all the text straight away. Obviously, from a stylistic point of view, a lot of people quite like that because it reminds them of Ace Attorney or some games and that kind of thing. So I think when first we're okay, cool. Well, actually, we've got a lot of text in the game. Removing the scroll makes it immediate. People can read it quick and get to the game. So I think for Rogue, we settled on that option. And I think with Mythwrex, we're okay, well, actually, the text stuff is it's reasonably quick for us to provide those options, right? To basically have people turn the scrolling on and off, to people have light and dark backgrounds, because there's so much text in the game. It's a big part of the experience. It made a lot of sense for us to focus a lot of our efforts around those areas and give yeah, just the player as many options to tweak that to they want. So we've got like, yeah, you can turn on auto progress, you can turn off scrolling, you can change dark light backgrounds, and generally as a baseline, it's very high contrast anyway. There's a kind of a speech thing. So it's about, I think that was a key thing for me. It was like, rather than trying to find the perfect solution to something, whereas like everyone's needs and wants a different, actually providing the options and like letting people choose. So I think that was kind of like one of the key dings that went off in my head after the last project. Probably a little bit slow on the uptake, but and I think that was one of the probably the key things for me of like going into this project is like, okay, we don't have to find the perfect solution. We have to basically give people the choice, and then they can find out what the best fit for them is. And yeah, generally like outside of the tech stuff, there's been like a number of different things we've tried, but like generally we try and like, even though game of 3D kind of exploration games, like we don't have any player camera control. It's all kind of like orchestrated, so the player doesn't have to kind of do any camera control. So we generally have, I don't know if I really call that accessibility, but maybe it's like approachable design. Like it doesn't need, you don't need to be like really pad dexterous to be able to do it. But yeah, I think basically kind of like prioritizing the areas that are the most important to your game, and that'll be different, right? So like if ours is a very story game, we focus on this. If someone's making Tekken, then they'll go like, okay, right, ours is very motion, right? So need to really pick out these things. Let's do that sort of high contrast stuff. So I think identifying where your efforts are going to be best spent, and you're not trying to solve a very complicated problem that's like in 1% of your game versus ignoring something that's in 70% of your game that's going to be a big part of the experience. So I think, being practical in that way as well is important.
I think that's exactly it. It's like understanding your game and where you can consider like value versus impact. Like there's going to be a lot of players, if you're dealing with a narrative game, where text is going to be the number one thing that's going to bother them. And exactly like you say, like providing those options is going to make a difference for a wider subset of players. So I remember when I worked on a mobile game called Hola Vista, which had kind of like player controlled movement, we were immediately like, okay, this is the focus of the game, is essentially moving this around the room. But for someone that has limited movement or is unable to move in that way, how are we going to actually allow them to do that without having to move around a physical space? So for us, that was immediately priority number one, was giving them other input options to actually do that. And then all the things that you've mentioned around like contrast and text size, and knowing that those are going to be things that are going to have a broad level of value to a lot of people. But then impact came up for us when we were thinking about, we had some kind of like glitching text effects and visual effects that we knew could potentially, while unlikely, could potentially trigger epilepsy. So for us, we were like, the impact of that happening for someone who is playing the game is going to be huge. So that's something we want to make sure we minimize and make sure there's an option to actually turn that off. It's always kind of like walking a tightrope, I find, of like, the time that you have, the scope that you have, the budget that you have, and how far you can get along that tightrope in kind of like laying the tracks of all these different options, while also kind of, getting to the finish line that you need to get to. It was similar for Stray Gods as well. Like we put a lot of emphasis on text options, a lot of emphasis on sound options, because, as a musical game, you want people to be able to balance different levels. And then also on like blind accessibility. So actually having there be, audio descriptions and people being able to play it in full as a musical game. So yeah, that understanding your game and where you can build that value is really, really important, I think.
Definitely. And I think even just having the right mindset when you're designing the game, and just sometimes just making a good design choice, like that doesn't cost you anything. And those kind of things, if you're taking that kind of process throughout the development, you're making these choices as you go. And again, back to thinking about your player as you're designing, it just saves so much effort in the long run. How then do you get info about your game's accessibility out to your players? Do you want to take that one, Alex?
Sure. So I think like one, you can loudly proclaim it on social media. I think it's like it's a good one to kind of and obviously with things like this, we're doing this panel now. I think like being proud and like evangelizing is maybe a slightly strong word, but I mean, it's like being like we're doing this stuff, it's helping people, and it's really, really good. I think also like so there's kind of that side of things, and I think generally as indie developers, social media is one of the key things we do. I think also in like maybe slightly more formal things like Steam news posts and stuff, like going like this and keeping people up to date on how the accessibility things are evolving, and that you're listening to feedback and that kind of thing. I think in terms of like in game, I think, because you can have all those incredible features in there, and if no one opens up the option menu, then they might go, "This is I can't play this. This is unplayable." And so I think also, highlighting in game, it's probably sounds obvious, but it's maybe something that happens more often than not. Is that you've got all the options there, and you can go, making people aware they can go and do this stuff as part of the main game. I think I've seen a few games do stuff now where they almost have like a pre-start screen accessibility thing, which I think is a really good idea. Where it's like, okay, it's not hiding away before you kind of getting stuck into the story. It's like, here's some options, get it set up as you'd like, which I think is a really nice idea. But yeah, I think if there's stuff there you're proud of and you think people are going to get enjoyment from, I think it's definitely worth highlighting. I think it's just nice as well. It kind of lets potential players know that what type of company you are, and that you kind of want to welcome people in, and that you're thinking about them. I think that's it's wouldn't necessarily even say it as like it's like a marketing thing, because that kind of feels a little bit, obviously people have to market their games, but it's like but actually it's just like I'm guessing like we're all people, right? We're all people making games, and we want the people to the people to feel welcome. And I think when people see people rather than like necessarily big monolithic companies trying to make a difference, I think it's something they really appreciate. So I think it's I would say not being need to be reserved about these things. It's like if you're sharing stuff about your accessibility options in the same way you'd share a new animation or a new character, it's kind of that level of something that people will be interested in. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And, I think one of the challenges that happens a lot of the time for disabled players who want to play a game is not being able to find that information outside of the game itself, exactly like you say. And then if they don't know if they can purchase and play it, there's a massive barrier there already, right? Like the purchase of the game in itself becomes almost inaccessible because they've then got to go and do all this labor to kind of find out exactly what is possible for them. I know for Summerfall and for teams that I've worked with in the past, for us, it's like really part of our what we would call like expectation management, like in the same way that we talk about like the length of the game. For us, it's about identifying like how we share that information, sharing that in multiple places. But something that I've done both on Stray Gods and on Hollow Vista is build out a full web page that details every in-game option, every piece of information that is either around, how do saves work, how do you play the game as a whole, things that might, if you're someone who's a little unsure or a little nervous or you have, a disability that you're considering, might stop them from wanting to take the chance on something. Because exactly like you said, it does also flag to them that matters to you as a studio and that you care about it. And then we do the same thing. We have, a splash screen that comes up that lets people know, including like kind of the content warnings as well, and kind of making it this holistic place to go that gives them the information that they need. But other games that I've worked on, like Hollow Vista, we tutorialized it at launch as well. So when you launch the game for the first time, it tells you about some of the options that you have as you're starting to learn the game, and then you're kind of off and away, so you can make that decision early if it's pertinent to you. All useful ways, because you kind of do have to come at these things from a million different angles so that you can kind of reach all those different people that might need it.
Do you have anything on that, Sarah?
Yeah. I mean, Alex put it beautifully in terms of social media. I think that's such a critical tool, right? And there's such a strong community on social media as well to reach out to. We also spent time putting all of the accessibility settings that we put into Pine Hearts are up on the Steam page as well, and we'll more than likely be doing dev diaries and other bits and pieces that cover them in more detail as well. One thing that we've been kind of focusing over the last sort of 6 months since we got to a sort of demo playable state of Pine Hearts was thinking about the events that we attend. So we went and took part in EGX last year, and we really wanted to make sure that our booth space at EGX was also accessible. So we spent a lot of time pulling together our own accessible hardware kit, so including sort of the Xbox adaptive controller and Logitech Switch sets and a joystick as well. So we took all of that down with us, and we had one dedicated part of the booth that had all of that equipment set up. And that was an incredible way of just honestly just generating conversation around accessibility. We had a huge number of people coming up who maybe didn't necessarily need that kit, but were really interested in it and talked to us about it, and then got really passionate about accessibility through talking to us about it, which was amazing because it's just hopefully percolating it out further into the industry as well. So that's something that we've been continuing to do since then. We've done a few different events where we've taken that with us. We're now in talks with the National Museum for Scotland to maybe have some of our kit at one of their upcoming game exhibitions as well, which is really exciting. So we're just trying to do our best to kind of make these events more accessible as well, and hopefully demo Pine Hearts in a way that is available for people to pick up and play as well. So and I think as well, in terms of sort of signposting within the game, we've talked a little bit already about that sort of first time user experience, and that's something we decided to do for Pine Hearts as well. It was one of the very first bits of feedback we got from the community panel that we talked about, was how frustrating it was for them to start a game and have to go digging for the accessibility settings. So we chose to tackle that in two ways. The first one was to have sort of an onboarding flow where there's a couple of basic settings that you can set up from the bat, and then there's clear signposting that there's more available in the settings menu. And then the other thing that we did was we actually pulled all of the accessibility settings together under their own individually labeled tab within the settings menu. So there's an accessibility tab there, because a lot of players mentioned to us that it's really frustrating having to dig through all of the different tabs in a settings menu and not knowing if there's going to be a setting that's available to them. So having them all collated in one place just made it a little bit easier for them. So yeah, so we've kind of tackled it in game and out of game as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of that. We did the same when we were at GamesCon. We had an accessibility setup at our booth, and you're completely right in terms of people just coming over because they're interested. It's something that they're not typically seeing, which is a shame, but it's where we're at currently as an industry, that not many booths do have an accessible setup. But being able to showcase that and teach people, and even just other developers there as well, that not everyone can use standard controls and things like that. And I think in terms of online events and promotion of the game, I think it's always great that when the game is announced, that the accessibility is announced at the same time, so players can get in the same hype as everyone else when a game is fairly just announced, so then they can see if can we play this as well, kind of thing. Those kind of things are really important, and we took the approach of just sharing pretty much everything. We were very transparent with our design process with their accessibility, and people noticed that, and they jump on board and give you feedback and want to help you test the game. And through all of that kind of process, we were able to then hire people from the disabled community from all around the world, really. And through that, then they made the game better. And that is critical in my opinion. So one of the last questions we have then is, if you could go back in time, what would be the best piece of advice that you could give yourself? Do you want to take that one, Meredith?
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, considering how I've approached accessibility, thinking about developers as well as players, I think it's to give yourself as an individual, when you're trying to do this kind of work, more grace. You can't do everything, and that's okay, and you're not going to get it perfect. And I think because it's such important work, if you're interested in it and you care about it, you put a lot of pressure on yourself to get it perfect. But this is work that requires so many of us to do it together. We launched Accessibility Unlocked maybe like 6 months before the pandemic as a group of, volunteers with accessibility needs who are all working full time. We were like, we're going to do everything forever. And I think very quickly we realized that, we were limited in what we were able to do as well. But the biggest thing we learned was that what we were able to do still mattered and still made a difference, and continues to, with the people that are able to kind of reach out and start that process of learning for themselves as well. So yeah, I think give yourself and others more grace, and you have time, and it is going to be a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I mean, I think the kind of I think the advice I think I would give myself is I think you just like I mean, it's kind of you get on the journey, right? And I think that's the kind of thing. I think generally in everything, right? As you get more seasoned in years, like I am, I think just the importance of maintaining an interest in everything and wanting to learn and get better at stuff. And I think that's the kind of one of the things that's really key as people grow as like developers and creatives is to kind of maintain that interest and like, oh, there's a new thing here I haven't considered. I think generally like a really good thing for anyone out inside and outside of accessibility is to kind of foster that appetite and to be interested in wanting to learn to find out about things. And then I think and then just get started, right? I think it's basically it kind of like I say it could be a little bit overwhelming. We go actually, well, here's some stuff that's quite achievable. We can do this, and I think I think you're saying you can be quite open and honest about your limitations in terms of like what we can do, what we can't do this time around. But then like once you're on the yellow brick road, putting one foot in front of the other, like being able to go right now, let's get better and like take those learnings forward. So I think I think I think you'd hope that the vast majority of developers would be like really interested in something that would help people enjoy their games more. So I think just kind of getting started and being interesting, open, and like engaging with it. And even if there's stuff that you can't do now, you can go, oh, I'm aware of that now. And you go, well, that's something that's lodged away somewhere or in a document online, that you go, right, let's let's get better. And I think just just like the awareness of it and getting started on that journey is a really important thing.
Yeah, I mean, you both beautifully said what I was going to say, which is really exactly that. It's it's a journey and being kind to yourself and understanding that you're not gonna hit everything and you're not gonna unfortunately make it as accessible to absolutely every person right off the bat. It's an extremely large wealth of people out there and different needs and different overlapping needs as well. So being honest with yourself up front about what you can do and really reducing that scope down and giving yourself as much time as possible to do those things to the best of your ability, and then let go of what you can't this time around is a big thing. And the other thing that I had down here is it takes a village. It really does. It can't be the responsibility of just one person in your team. It's really important that you take the whole team on the journey with you and you give them the tools to help make that happen. That innovation is going to come from all kinds of different people across the different departments in your team, whether that's your tech specialists, whether it's your artists, whether it's your designers. So having all of them on the road with you is a really important.
Players, and you can see
an extremely large wealth of people out there and different needs and different overlapping needs as well. So being honest with yourself up front about what you can do and really reducing that scope down and giving yourself as much time as possible to do those things to the best of your ability, and then let go of what you can't this time around is a big thing. And the other thing that I had down here is it takes a village. It really does. It can't be the responsibility of just one person in your team. It's really important that you take the whole team on the journey with you and you give them the tools to help make that happen. That innovation is going to come from all kinds of different people across the different departments in your team, whether that's your tech specialists, whether it's your artist, whether it's your designers. So having all of them on the road with you is a really important part of that process as well. So don't take it all on your own shoulders. In short, make sure that you keep other people involved in the process along with you.
I would completely echo all those points. Absolutely. Like, it's so easy to try take on everything yourself and to try conquer the world of accessibility. And for one game project, especially if it's your first project doing it, there's only so much that you can do, and we have like a long list of things that we wanted to do, but we just had to cut them out. And it's really just not beating yourself up about not getting it perfect, and it's just having the right mindset that you're doing something, which is a lot than some are doing, and it's just taking those small steps one bit at a time, and they add up and have a huge impact on your players. And as you go, that will then hopefully increase. And as Alex says, just keeping an interest in it, and really, there's always people doing new things, and just taking inspiration from that and seeing, oh, well, I'm making a game somewhat similar. What could I do to do something similar, or making sure that you can, yeah, just, I think it's so important to just be always on that journey of trying to develop yourself in the accessibility space. And one point I would also add is, in those earlier stages, try to do less before committing too much to a piece of work. So get players in testing, even if it's like sort of wireframes and stuff like that, that you're able to evaluate. And that way then you can get the feedback from your players, and being able to then implement those changes and test it again to see if you have achieved what they were looking for. And then that really means that you can just go forward with confidence that this will be less of a barrier for some people. And really, that's one thing that I wish we would have done when we were starting. We did do a lot of early testing, but we could have done more. I think we had designed our settings menu about 4 or 5 times, and that's has a knock-on effect on production. And really, if we took smaller steps and got those tested, and before producing assets and doing all layouts and stuff, it can be really helpful for that. But on that note, I think that's pretty much all the time we have today. So thank you so much, everyone. And thank you to GaConf for having us. There's been a lot of great info there, and a lot that I'll be taking forward myself. And yeah, I really look forward to playing all of your future accessible games.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks for having us.
you.
It's been really great, and yeah, I've definitely made some notes for myself. So yeah, been really awesome panel. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, folks. It's been really lovely to speak with you all today on this.
Okay, bye for now.
What I absolutely appreciated from this panel was literally in the opening, just talking about how every game has a unique amount of resources and a unique amount of constraints, and the reality of having to work with what you have. But particularly in the indie space, being able to come up with very, very creative solutions. And one of the things that the Discord chat was talking about towards the end is that indies are in a unique space, that if you have a very small team, it can be easier for you to pivot and turn. It's going to be a lot easier to steer a fishing boat than it is going to be to turn the Titanic, right? And that's what happens sometimes at AAA studios. And there can be all sorts of creative solutions, but again, it got highlighted. It doesn't matter how great your creative solutions are if players do not know they exist. If players do not know the work that you have put into making your game accessible, you are missing out on a huge audience. And I actually think, Harriet in Discord did a great job of summing this up. When I know a game is accessible, that studio is passionate and believes in accessibility authentically, it's a done deal. That's on my wish list, right? And so it's just making sure you're able to put that information out there. And of course, another topic that's kind of come up multiple times so far over the conference is you are still going to pressure yourself to be perfect. You want to do the best, you want to make the most accessible game you can, but you need to give yourself more grace. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And the other piece of, closing advice they wish they had known, it takes a village. Again, you can't do this by yourself. It needs to be a group effort and spread out. The reality is you aren't going to be touching every feature. You're not going to be in every meeting. You need to make sure that I almost said burden, but that's not right. But the work and will and empowerment of accessibility is spread across the team, and you are not solely responsible. So many great learnings. Again, like literally the speakers were talking about how they took notes during their old panel because there was so much great information there. And so with that, we are wrapping up our morning. We are going to have our hour lunch break. So for everyone here in person, food set up exactly as before. Again, if you need any assistance getting your food, please let one of our staff members know. And you don't have to feel bad about it because we had our staff eat early, so they've already eaten. So you're not even putting them out. Please feel free to ask them if you need help. For everyone online, this is also your chance to go get a break, have some food, some snacks, and put the pictures in the food channel because we will share pictures of our food there as well. So thank you again, and I will see you after lunch.
performance synthesis is rule-based. The acoustic characters of speech are extracted from a voice recording, then programmed as rule.
Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, you're in front of the podium, so you might have to press some buttons. I'm not sure.
I think I can just connect.
Would it be muted?
No, I am. No, still hear it. So you've unmuted it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that solved one problem.
Great.
Formant synthesis is rule-based.
Hello, everyone. A fun technical setup. Leonie was unknowingly our guinea pig for our first speaker using a screen reader while in our hybrid setup. And we had a moment where while Leonie was trying to use her computer, she could hear everything in the room, both from the room and also through her computer. And we're like, wow, we well, we want you to be able to present, and clearly that was not going to be able to work. So we appreciate your patience while we were getting that set up. But I'm really excited for this talk because I think it's a really nice complement to some of the things that we've already heard today about the importance of accessibility, particularly for those who need screen narration and, you know, historically has been a group that has been underserved in the gaming space. And as we've kind of touched on, only in the last few years have we really started to see improvements for them. And with that, Leonie, please take it away.
Thank you, Tara. Hello, everybody. As Tara said, I'm Leonie Watson, and if I haven't met you before, I'll tell you that I'm blind, and that means I use a screen reader to do, well, pretty much everything that involves technology. There's a screen reader on my laptop, there's one on my phone, another on my watch, there's even one on my TV. And although I'm not a gamer myself these days, increasingly, as Tara mentioned, and you all know, there are screen readers available in games. But as a regular, everyday, for everything screen reader user, I'm going to let you into a little secret. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, whether I'm reading an email from a friend, scrutinizing a business contract, browsing for groceries or clothes, writing this talk, everything sounds the same. And quite frankly, between you and me, I'm bloody bored with the whole thing, really. So I'd like to just share some of my thoughts around the experience of using a screen reader from the synthetic speech quality point of view. And to do that, I'll explain, in case you're not aware of this, that all screen readers, wherever they are, use something called text-to-speech. Somewhere there will be text, and the TTS engines, as they're known, will convert that into synthetic speech. It might be the text in the body of an email. It might be the text that's coded into a game that identifies an item that the player can pick up, for example. Somewhere there will be text, and somewhere it'll be converted into synthetic speech. But text-to-speech engines are not all the same. And one of the big differences comes in the quality of the synthetic speech that they output. To explain a little bit more about this, I'm going to have to tell you a little bit about how humans produce speech. Don't worry, I'll make it as painless as I can. Simply put, to create sound, you have an airflow and you interrupt it. So when we speak, we force air out of our lungs using our diaphragms, ribs, and abdominal muscles. And as the air leaves our bodies, it gets interrupted by our vocal cords. And vocal cords vibrate. And as the airflow hits the vibrating vocal cords, it starts all the air particles vibrating. They bump into the nearby air particles, they start vibrating, and this carries on in a wave or a sound wave, until all the air particles, bless them, run out of energy and the sound peters out. What makes this interesting is that your vocal cords don't all vibrate at the same speed. Nothing that simple. This has implications for the pitch of your voice, how high or low it is. If your vocal cords were vibrating at 85 times a second, it means the airflow on the way out of your lungs is interrupted 85 times a second. And the pitch of your voice, or the frequency, is 85 hertz. The higher the frequency, the higher your voice. The lower, lower your voice, which makes a certain kind of sense. But there's another factor, and that's volume. Lower frequency voices, or lower pitched voices, tend to be louder. The noise carries further. The higher pitch, higher frequency voices are not as strong, and so not as loud. You will know, many of you I assume, are people who talk and speak in various ways, me on a stage here, everybody in conversation at lunchtime, and you'll know that we're really actually quite good at controlling both the pitch and the volume of our voices. And the things we use to do this are called resonating chambers. And we have several of these. If you close your mouth and hum loudly through your nose kind of area, you'll feel some vibrations just on the bridge of your nose behind yourself there. That's one of your resonating chambers doing its thing. And resonating chambers also are capable of vibrating at different frequencies. So when you decide you want to make your higher pitched voice louder, You adjust the shape of your resonating chambers using your tongue, your mouth, your soft palate, all sorts of other bits and pieces, until the chamber starts vibrating at the same frequency as the bit of your voice you want to make louder. Don't worry, this is all much more probably than you need to know. But the important thing to know is that those resonating chambers all vibrate at between 3 and 5 different frequencies. And those frequencies are known as formants. That's the bit that brings us neatly on to the subject of synthetic speech, and more specifically, one of the earliest forms of synthetic speech known as formant synthesis. Oh, sorry, bear me a second.
Formant synthesis is rule-based. The acoustic characters of speech are extracted from a voice recording, then programmed as rules for recreating the voice as digital audio.
Now, for those of you able to hear that, you'll have noticed that the voice is incredibly artificial and robotic sounding. That's because the rules that formant synthesis is based on are incredibly basic. This is like a really early form of synthetic speech. And if I play you some examples now from a formant text-to-speech engine, specifically Eloquence, this is the one that comes with the JAWS screen reader and others like it, you'll get a sense of just how rudimentary those rules for changing different voice characteristics really are.
Hello, this is the voice of Reed.
This is the voice of Shelley. This is the voice of Bobby.
This is the voice of Rocco. This is the voice of Glenn.
This is the voice of Sandy.
This is the voice of Grandma.
And this is the voice of Grandpa.
So to create all of those different voices, all that's happening is the pitch is being changed. It's a very old-fashioned idea that if you have a feminine sounding voice, you increase the pitch. If it's male, it sounds a bit lower. Do not get me started on the absence of gender non-binary voices in text-to-speech. There's a massive gap there. That's a fight to be had, but not inside a 15-minute talk, I'm sorry. What came next, though, in terms of text-to-speech is something known as concatenative. Oh, sorry, no, that's not what came next at all. I want to make another point, sorry. And that's the fact that I actually still use that formant synthesis. I use it with my screen readers on pretty much every device I've got. And the reason, quite evidently, isn't speech quality, it's performance. The average English speaking conversation happens at about 150 words a minute. I, on a normal day, listen to my screen reader at about 500 words a minute. And I'm not quick at this. There are lots of screen reader users out there, possibly several of you in the audience, who listen a damn sight quicker than I do. But here's the difference.
For millions of years, humans lived just like the animals. Then something happened that unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk. For millions of years, humans lived just like the animals. Then something happened that unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk.
So for all it sounds completely rubbish, formant synthesis is really good at speeds. It doesn't lose any clarity once you get used to listening to it. The words still come out fully formed, they're clipped, they're precise, and you can go a lot faster than that without losing any of the intelligibility. Which I will now come on to what came next in text-to-speech evolution. Concatenative text-to-speech is what came next.
Concatenative synthesis uses a voice recording that's broken down into tiny chunks. The chunks are then reconstructed from a database to form the synthesized speech.
So you might think that because they start with real human recordings, concatenative synthesis was the next best thing since sliced bread. It really wasn't, though. Although some poor soul got to sit in a recording library for hours at a time, even so, it still isn't possible to capture every nuance, every emotion, every reaction that the human voice is capable of. It's also pretty rubbish in terms of performance. It takes time to construct words and sentences out of those tiny little building blocks. And that means that the synthetic speech quality is a bit like listening to somebody who mumbles. What came next, though, was parametric synthesis, and this took an enormous step forward.
Parametric synthesis uses a statistical model. The parameters of speech are extracted from a voice recording, then hidden Markov models, HMM, modify the parameters based on the text to be spoken.
So the voice quality got much closer to human realistic. And the reason is that although this is still artificial, and although it still uses rules or parameters, they're a lot more sophisticated than those available in formant text-to-speech engines. The use of hidden Markov models, essentially machine learning, lets it take educated guesses. So it'll scrutinize the text to be converted to speech, look for patterns it recognizes, and then use what it thinks is the appropriate emotion or inflection or change of tone based on that text. No, it can't understand what it's reading. It just looks for word patterns and takes it from there. But there was yet another kind of evolution, which really brings us up to the current moment in time. And that is the advent of neural text-to-speech engines.
Neural TTS uses artificial neural networks trained on huge amounts of voice data. The neural networks learn the relationships between text and speech, and the result is voices that sound very close to human speech.
And they really do. And that isn't even one of the better examples available these days. Even someone like me who listens to a lot of synthetic speech for a lot of different reasons struggles now to properly identify when something is synthetic or not these days. And the difference, of course, is the massive amounts of data that these things can be fed. They're all processed in the cloud, and like many things that have neural machine learning capability behind them, they take a lot of oomph, but what they produce is really quite remarkable. And they make something else quite remarkable possible too, and that's the ability to clone someone's voice.
Neural TTS can transfer the prosodic characteristics of one voice to another, making it possible to synthesize speech in the voice of a particular speaker.
And that clone of my voice took me about 10 minutes of recording data to create. Doesn't quite sound like me, I don't think, but it's near as damn it, and terrifying as that might be. Why am I telling you this? Well, because I mentioned that I was bored with listening to the same old screen reader. My second secret of the day is that one day I want Jean-Luc Picard to be able to read my email to me. Really, you think I'm joking? I've been saying this for 25 years. Nobody believes me, but it's true. I really do. How awesome would that be to just choose the voice that stuff was read to you in? But that's a little way off yet. And why? The answer is because a lot of this neural TTS level capability is still processed in the cloud. And that presents us with a couple of problems. One is privacy. If you've got to send all that text to be converted into synthetic speech off into the cloud somewhere, that literally means everything you read or use or do as a screen reader user. Your personal data, the personal data of the people you are emailing with or talking about, the contents of your contracts, your non-disclosure agreements, whatever it might be, even your naughty messages from your lover or your spouse. The whole bloody lot gets shipped off into the cloud, converted, and then sent back to you. And never mind, GDPR and quite sensible legal concerns, there's a lot of just personal privacy concerns in that happening. And then, of course, there's the network itself. If you depend on your screen reader being available, you have to guarantee that the screen reader can produce speech for you. So depending on a network connection just isn't viable. Even if it was, and we could guarantee a network connection at all times, the latency, the turnaround time of shipping all the text off to the cloud, having it processed and sent back to your laptop or your device and presented back to you as your interface, it's going to take time, maybe just a couple of milliseconds, maybe more. But think back to that performance slide, and I'm too impatient. I'm not going to hang around and wait for that to happen. The good news is that more of this is actually starting now to move to on-device. Microsoft took the first step. They recently introduced what they call their natural voices. They're basically their neural TTS voices from their Azure TTS API, but they're available on device. So if you use Narrator, the Windows 11 screen reader version, you can actually now have really good human quality voices with the privacy of your own laptop or device and no network or latency problems. So what about in-game? Well, I'll just wrap up by saying I've shared with you my examples, a couple of my secrets that really keep to yourselves. I don't really need everybody knowing that I want to listen to Jean-Luc Picard all the time, but they are just my experiences. So when it comes to game screen readers, the one message I want to leave you with is make them customizable. Unfortunately, there's some great trailblazers out there doing that. Diablo 4, of course, from Blizzard, and a little before it, Assassin's Creed from Ubisoft are two really good examples. You can choose whether you want to use your own screen reader. You can use the integrated screen reader. If you prefer speed of voice over some other feature, you can change that too. If you prefer to choose a voice that perhaps meshes more with the experience of the game you're playing, you can do that too. Just make it customizable and let gamers who can't see what they're up to listen the way they want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Naomi. That was an amazing presentation. And I know for me, the first time I got to hear the speed at which screen reader users listen to their screen readers, I was flabbergasted. It was actually through the Game Accessibility Conference when Sightless Combat was presenting, and I heard, and I was like, oh, what? He was like, oh, I'm just opening PowerPoint. I was like, I had no idea. And so, being able to have a demo where you show everyone what it's like to be a regular screen reader user is incredibly important, because even for those of us who may use a screen reader while testing our work, the reality is we are not an everyday user. We are not a power user. And so being able, again, to hear the firsthand experience of people like Leonie is incredibly important. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, and I hope one day you get to have Jean-Luc Picard read your emails.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we'll be back shortly with our next presentation. Thank you.
Get out of, disconnect myself from everything.
The presentation is off the main screen, but you're still in Zoom. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So our next micro talk is all about adding Phasmophobia mode to Horizon Forbidden West. You know, this, if you even go back again, this shows that in just a few years, we have made massive improvements. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, a couple of years ago, I didn't even know what Phasmophobia was. And now there are multiple games with modes for people who have Phasmophobia. But how did this come about in this title? What prompted it? Well, in this next pre-recorded talk, we're going to get to learn exactly about that.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this presentation on the Thalassophobia mode of Horizon Forbidden West. I'll start by talking a little bit about myself. So my name is Joshua, I'm the QA lead here at Guerrilla Games. And I worked on Horizon Forbidden West and the Burning Shores expansion pack, as well as several other Guerrilla titles. And about the QA team, so the QA team exists as an embedded team inside the studio. So we're on site and we work directly with the development team. And as for accessibility, that exists as a shared responsibility inside our studio. So the QA team and also all the other dev teams collaborate together, and collectively we try to push this feature forward a little bit. So, about Thalassophobia. I will be talking about three main topics today. First, I'll be talking about the why we made a Thalassophobia option, then about how we implemented the Thalassophobia option, and lastly, I'll be talking a little bit about the results. So, why did we make this option? It started with a fan letter, and I'll read the letter to you. The letter read that Horizon Zero Dawn was and is one of my favorite titles. However, in the new trailer for Forbidden West, you have implied underwater exploration that will be of significant importance. I have severe thalassophobia, making such an activity incredibly stressful for me. For instance, at the end of The Witcher 3, there is a part where you need to dive underwater. I stood on shore for 30 minutes before I could make myself dive, in empty water, for less than 60 seconds. I panic so badly when I need to dive in games that my vision can go black. Could you please make these sections skippable? Otherwise, I will not be able to play the game. I know it's asking a lot, but since thalassophobia is the fourth most common phobia after nyctophobia, arachnophobia, and fear of snakes, perhaps it is a good idea not to potentially make thousands of fans upset. So that was the letter, and it resonated a lot with personal experiences in our team. As it turned out, even some members here at Guerrilla Games have some sort of thalassophobia. So, what did we do? First of all, we had QA start an investigation because we weren't immediately able to jump on this request. We understood the individual need, but we were also a little nervous. The idea of redoing one of our very prominent game progression systems was also very scary to us. And we didn't want to make any assumptions on general thalassophobia, as these numbers might not reflect our specific situation. And because swimming was part of our game progression, we needed to know just how much impact stories like these have on our title. So we started a QA investigation. And we did that to identify just how many people would have difficulty swimming in our game. As between GG and our outsourcing partners, we believe that we already had a decent sample size. So just how many people experience difficulties with the swimming sections in our title?
we needed to build a business case. So as part of this investigation with QA, we found out that one person in our team had severe thalassophobia, and this person ended up being a very important contributor to making sure that the feature was working properly and that it provided some sort of relief. This feedback loop was super important. We needed someone that experienced these emotions and that could give us an idea of which areas affected them the most, and also if we were making the right decisions. So after our investigation within the QA team was complete, we knew that thalassophobia was at least worth investigating. And we got to work on identifying what the main difficulties were that we had to solve. And we started by first investigating our ideal solution. And through this process, we investigated 2 design ideas that unfortunately didn't make the cut. At first, we thought that we could introduce a map zones solution. The idea was that we would place an icon alongside the quest marker where we could highlight where the hand-placed safe areas were set up. However, it became kind of difficult to know which marker to bring forward. We weren't always sure if the player wanted to go to a safe space or if they wanted to keep swimming to reach the next mission objective, or maybe they just wanted to get out of a cave. So it was kind of difficult to know where to put the marker. An additional difficulty was the amount of effort it would take to set up all of these zones. So, for example, the designer had to place a zone above the entrance of the tunnel so that the player would be guided towards the entrance of the tunnel when they were near it. But then there would be another zone inside the tunnel to indicate how to make their way through a tunnel and so forth. This would require significant time investment to set up and to maintain throughout development, wherever we made changes to the geometry during development. So as a result, we decided not to go ahead with this idea. Then we had a tracking path solution. The idea was that we could draw a tracking path like an arrow inside the caves for the player to follow. The idea was that this player the arrow would guide the player upwards out of the cave. However, the funny thing is that even our game doesn't always know how to get out of a cave. The game doesn't know if swimming up means that a player will be out of a cave or if the player will just hit a ceiling. So again, we came to the conclusion that it would require manual work to set up. Additionally, we didn't always know which direction the player wants to go and if they already have all of the prerequisites. Does the player have all the items they need to keep following this arrow, or does the player need to be directed to a quest objective? Does the player even want to proceed with the quest objective, or do they just want to get out of the cave? So again, this proved to be difficult to implement. We decided to take a step back. Only if we have an exact understanding of how to make thalassophobia more accessible could we scope out this feature. And thanks to Mark Friend, we got information about the main triggers that we could focus on. We picked 2 main triggers to focus on, hoping that this would alleviate at least most of the issues. But it was difficult to revamp all of the features entirely in our game to reduce the stress factors. So we started thinking, what if we could avoid all of these triggers altogether? We thought that we were already very close to an answer. We have an item in our game that allows for unlimited breathing underwater called the rebreather. And playing with this option would solve our main triggers. What if we could secretly give that item to the player whenever someone toggles the thalassophobia setting? It seems so easy, but it was a difficult task. The quest design team was the first to hit difficulties. The game expects that only once you have the rebreather that you can go into a specific area. But then this accessibility feature can incorrectly make the game think that whenever the player has passed a moment in the quest, where the player gets this rebreather device, when in reality the player is just playing with the setting, so the quest got confused. The UI team also had to implement the setting, of course, and make sure that the setting was properly reflected when the player played the game. And the VFX team gave us an option to make the focus VFX trigger continuously, like the radar. This helps to make sure that the player wouldn't be in the dark whenever the player uses the accessibility feature. And lastly, on the QA team, there was a lot of work to make sure that we didn't miss any logic that expected the player to have or to not have the real rebreather. So even though we had the item, it was still quite a lot of work to set all of it up. But we got there in the end, and here are some of the results. So as you can see, there is a radar VFX playing that allows the player to see exactly how far down the chasm goes. Because of this, the water feels a lot less intimidating. And of course, you can breathe underwater forever, which is also very nice to have. Cool. Here's another video. We weren't always able to allow the thalassophobia option to allow for complete freedom, but we tried wherever we could. And we allowed the player to use the thalassophobia option for new styles of gameplay when we could. So in this example, you can see the thalassophobia option turned off on the left and turned on the right. In this section in the Burning Shores, the player has to dodge enemy projectiles coming from a faraway tower. And to dodge these projectiles, the player has to dive underwater. And I decided not to show this in case anyone in the audience has thalassophobia. But if you stay underwater for too long, you can drown there. But with the setting enabled, you can stay underwater for as long as you like. And we understand that this reduces the challenge of this particular mission. You could theoretically just stay underwater forever and dodge all the projectiles forever. But we believe that giving the players a more comfortable experience is more important than meeting the required difficulty level. So here we decided that it would be allowed to just play with an easier difficulty. So we're happy with the results. There's a couple of things that we would have liked to do better given the opportunity. So if we had more time, what would we have done? The first thing that we would have done is we would have reviewed the min and max brightness of our underwater swimming. We didn't have time to do that because it takes a lot of time to set up proper lighting in all of the environments. But we realized that sometimes it's still pretty dark. This also is like duplicated or made worse because time of day has an impact on the lighting underwater. So if it's dark outside, it's also dark underwater. And sometimes this had pretty significant results. Similarly, when we have a rainstorm, which we often have in our game, it also makes the lighting a lot darker. Then we have machine aggression. So we have a lot of scary machines in our game, and we would have liked to consider to rebalance the aggressiveness with the thalassophobia mode. We have a few moments in the game where machines can attack the player underwater, and that can be really scary, especially with something like a snap maw, which is a crocodile robot that comes after you. These are pretty intense moments. With more time, we would have set up an alternative version of these encounters. And lastly, we would have removed some underwater effects to indicate that you're swimming in deep water, especially if the water is very murky and visibility is lower. So these are things that we would have liked to have done, but we just didn't have time to implement them. And that's it. Thanks for listening to this presentation on the thalassophobia mode. I hope you enjoyed it.
This is so weird. I'm zooming. Also
says I'm not muted. This is fine. Okay, the interpreters can hear me, so I guess Zoom just be zooming. So thanks. Anyway, one of the things that was really great about this is at the beginning, it was highlighted that the team investigated a few different modes before they found the right solution. While trying to solve it, they were being creative and found ways that it necessarily wasn't going to work, but eventually found a great solution. And again, this goes back to we're all learning, and this is still a relatively new field. And again, the technology we use is so different from accessibility on something like websites that we're going to have really unique challenges. And trying to do things with pathfinding can already be difficult enough in a 3D space. And so trying to create these solutions, again, requires this amount of creativity. And I will say the thing that I did love from Discord was it was called out that the Am I actually muted now? No? Great. What? Thanks, Zoom. What about now?
Someone says they can hear you now in the Discord.
I literally went into Zoom, I selected a different microphone and then selected the same microphone again. Hey, look, it's not an online event unless someone gets muted somehow and they don't understand why. That's just what it is. To recap, for those who didn't hear me, I said that we love QA, and that is worth repeating, even if the microphone is always working. So I do want to give a shout out to all of our quality assurance folks who make our lives amazing. And the thing that I really like is at the end, and again, going back to another theme that we've had, there was honesty and transparency about what the team wishes they could have done and the areas they knew that they could improve. For various reasons, it just wasn't able to happen, but they were able to share that with us today. And now in the future, when we go to work on our own similar modes, that's something that we'll be able to consider and keep in mind from the beginning, which is absolutely fantastic. So with that, we will take another short break and be back with our last micro talk of the day. Thank you. All right, welcome back. All right, just waiting for our interpreters to come back. There we go. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So I'm really excited for this talk, and I honestly think the best way to introduce it is just to read the description on the website if you hadn't had a chance to read that before. It's hard being the only one in your organization or team responsible for accessibility. If that sounds familiar, I salute you, and this one's for you.
Thank you, that's very kind. Hello everybody, really good to be here, and oh my goodness, this podium is massive. Do I look like I'm wearing a podium? Because I feel like I'm wearing a podium. Okay, so my name is Henny Swan and I am an accessibility specialist. I say in a semi-confessional voice, and I come from an accessibility consultancy called Tetralogical. I consider myself today to be incredibly fortunate because I work with a team of accessibility specialists who have a deep knowledge of what they do, but they also specialize in different areas of accessibility, from mobile to web to extended reality. We've got skill sets in biometrics, emerging games, all sorts. So when I have those meetings with customers and they ask me a question that I'm not quite sure that I can answer because it's not quite within my specialism, I have a lovely group of people that I can fall back on and bring into the conversation. It's a privilege to be able to be like that, because I do remember the time when I was the only accessibility specialist in the room and how difficult it can be. We've come a really long way with accessibility, but just from kind of listening in on social media and LinkedIn and various other places and talking to people on a daily basis, I know there's a lot of people out there, a lot of you out there who are still the only ones in your teams or departments or organizations who are fighting the good fight of accessibility, either officially or unofficially. Maybe you have it in your job title, maybe you don't. And it's really tricky, it's really difficult, because you might come from a design background and maybe not be quite so confident in development or vice versa. So yes, I salute you. I think it's incredibly hard. I want to acknowledge that, and I want to share with you some of the things that, or strategies that I've evolved over the years to help me when I've been that person. First up, we have empathy. Put people first. At Tetralogical, we believe in a world where technology holds no one back. At the heart of that, we're thinking about people who are using technology and playing games, people with disabilities, people without disabilities, from different groups. But if we dig deeper, we're also looking at ways to try and support people who are designing and building those accessible games and technologies. Equally, people managing and delivering. It's really important to have an empathy as the accessibility specialist to try and understand what people's pain points are when it comes to doing their job and making things accessible. The really big one is lack of time, of course, lack of budget, lack of support, lack of documentation. So your role is to be there to help them do their jobs within those constraints, or even we should say perhaps outside of those constraints. So as well as being an accessibility specialist, your role is really around diplomacy, communication, and empathy. Which leads me to responsibility. And I know you know this, and it was called out in the previous talk. You are not the sole person responsible for accessibility. Nobody is solely responsible for accessibility. From product owners, developers, engineers, and QA, the list is as long as there are roles within your company team. Whatever you do, you have a responsibility to make it accessible. That includes company owners, the founders, the CEOs, and the directors, who have a moral and legal responsibility to set the agenda for accessibility. But we can easily forget that if accessibility is in your job description. You can sometimes get so swamped with being asked questions, you think it is your responsibility, and teams around you think it's your responsibility. But your responsibility is to hold fast and make it clear that you're there to support people as they make the right decisions moving forward. Which takes me to relationships. Your role is as much about relationships, remember, diplomacy and communication, as it is about accessibility. If you are feeling lonely in that place, seek out the decision makers and the managers, the people who can make things happen because they have the budget and they have the first say and the last say about what requirements might go into a game, what accessibility requirements you can prioritize, things like that. Find out what their pain points are and speak their language. But equally, look for the designers and the engineers and the testers, the people who want to do this, the people who need your time and your support to empower them and help them. If you match your skill set with the skill set of a designer or a developer, you become a force of strength to make this happen. Which takes me to my next bit, scale. Find ways to amplify what you do. Invest your time in not doing the work for others, but showing others how to do what you do. You will have plenty of people, I'm sure today, landing in your inbox, messaging you over Slack, popping in that sly little 30-minute meeting into a calendar to say, show me how to make this accessible to a screen reader in 30 minutes. It's not going to happen. You cannot do all the work. So document a process. Share with people how they can do this for themselves independently. You will also find that because they are specialists in their role and what they do, they will elevate the ideas that come from you and you again become a force to be reckoned with. Equally, document those common questions you get asked again and again and again, and put them in places where your organization pools knowledge. That can be anything from Confluence to a wiki, onboarding, training materials, through to a design system, documentation, style guides, editorial. When I first started working at BBC, I was in an accessibility team of 2, or at least I thought I was. There were others in the building I didn't know about, namely Ian Hamilton over there. And I felt very, very alone, and it was hard work. I worked in products, I worked in 2 products specifically, and they got whatever they could get from me in terms of knowledge, but it stopped right there, right? So with my boss, we flipped the narrative. I pulled out of working on products and started working on a framework because that was a smarter use of my time in order to elevate others. And that helped me build more relationships as well, because as that happened, others came along who'd already been building frameworks, and we started to pull these things together and map them better. Which takes me to managing expectations. Accessibility is as broad as it is deep. You cannot be a specialist in everything to the extent that people need you to be. So you need to manage expectations around what you can do and what you can't do. You have your strengths, know your strengths, play to your strengths, build up a list of trusted people and resources around you that you can then lean on to help you bolster what you do know. You can also say no to people. That's totally legitimate, but what I wouldn't say is no outright. Say no with solutions. So if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I've got this product, can you give it a head to toe, thorough test against some accessibility guidelines by Tuesday week? That's not a good use of your time. It's a lot to do, too much to do, but perhaps you could say, hey, you know what, I can do 2 screens for you, then we can sit down, look at the main themes that are coming out, work out some action points for you moving forward. If they still insist on a deeper dive or testing within that product, say to them, right, let's get some budget together, we'll commission some work for you so we can get this tested. We can get it tested by end users, or we can get it tested by an external consultancy. And again, what you can do is curate the findings that you get, not just back into that product that you've been working with, not on, but you can curate those findings to go back into that overall pool of knowledge within your organization. So no is okay. Support. You've built up your network, and that is a continuous thing within your organization. And you're probably doing this all now, and you'll find pockets of people who are willing and there and have already done a phenomenal job. But if you really are the only person in your team or in your organization, you're going to need a little bit more support, almost like a safe place to go and offload, ask questions, have a meltdown, celebrate your successes, because sometimes we don't want to share that externally within an organization when you're meant to be the person who has to know everything. So go and seek out groups externally as well. So on Discord, there are a few around gaming and accessibility that you can dig into. So we'll put the links out on later. But IGDA, GA, SIG, GRUX, and We Can Fix It. On Slack, there's the UK game industry. And then on LinkedIn, and I know that's not everyone's favorite place, there is Champions of Accessibility Network, which I think is a particularly useful group, because that's where you can get insight into how other companies are doing this and building their culture of accessibility and building champion networks. Some are from the gaming industry, but some are they're from all over, and there's common learning points from each. But one of the areas I think is really good, and something I wish I'd done back in the day, is get a mentor. So there is Limit Break, where you can get a mentor, and if you're in that position where you want to offer some time to mentor people, do that as well. So, takeaways. Empathize with the people around you, and remember, accessibility is a shared responsibility. Build relationships with decision makers and practitioners, so you can scale what you do through demonstration and documentation. Manage expectations about what you can and can't do, as much within yourself as externally to people around you, while building an internal and external support network. And my last takeaway is you. At the start, I said your role is as much about diplomacy, communication, and empathy for the challenges that teams face when making things accessible. But you need to show that empathy to yourself as well. You need to look after your headspace and be realistic about what you can do. You don't need to do everything. All you need to do is make things just a little bit better today than they were yesterday. You can find a copy of this talk as a blog post on, I'll give you the short URL, bit.ly/accessibility-specialist, or just Google the only accessibility specialist in the room. There is also a QR code up on the screen. That's of any use. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I mean, I love the very beginning, just the opening of your role is as much about relationships as it is about accessibility. Because again, you have to build your accessibility army to conquer the world. And having those relationships in place is key. And as it was mentioned, building a framework to help others is how you scale. You cannot do everything on every project. You need to help other people learn how to do it on their own. And I absolutely love the example of, hey, I can't do a full 100% test. That's going to be a shit ton of work, especially by Tuesday. But yeah, so many times you will find common problems that get repeated in the same way, just in different places. And so if you do that kind of spot check, you can empower them to scale and look beyond. And that's a great opportunity to be able to partner with your testing organizations as well, so that QA, once they've learned the type of issues that maybe your dev teams recurrently like fall into that kind of accessibility trap, how can you scale and make sure the framework includes them so you can catch things earlier and more often? And of course, you know, with the diplomacy, communication, and empathy, I love that you had the big call out, look after yourself, because you know what? If you get burned out, how many people are you going to help then? You have to take care of yourself first. I'm talking to you, Elizabeth White. I know you're up watching this. I saw you in Discord. Elizabeth is really bad at doing everything. She's fantastic. I absolutely love Elizabeth, but girl, take a vacation. But it's just being true. So I want to say thank you, and let's have another round of applause. Thank you so much for the amazing talk. And we will be back shortly with our last micro talk of the day. All right, well, right. All right, welcome back, everyone. So it wouldn't be a game accessibility conference without a talk that is inevitably based around food. And I am proud to say that this talk is that talk. I don't know how the conference and food became so entwined, but we are, and we are spreading our love of accessibility related food puns further and farther every year. So in this talk, we're going to learn all about an experimental game cooked up at Global Game Jam and was the recipient of the Reed Speakers Accessibility Prize. So we are going to welcome back Carrie with the addition of Scott in this pre-recorded talk.
Hello, and thank you so much, GaConf, for having me once again, and this time with a new special guest. I am Carrie.
And I'm Scott, and we are partners in crime who make games in our spare time. This is our micro talk, baking audio navigation into level design.
So this talk is pre-recorded, so please fire away your questions in the Discord and we'll get to answer them as we go. So first of all, a little bit of an introduction about us. So I am an accessibility designer who used to do UI and UX in a previous life.
And I'm a graduate level designer with a knowledge of a lot of development processes. I graduated from Abate last year and just been putting my practice into several other projects.
And together we make games. We make board games and digital games, mostly for game jams. It's a way for us to innovate and practice new things and create something together.
There's a visual joke here on the screen. We've taken our photo together and added features of the Swedish chef from the Muppets. So I'm wearing a chef hat and a pink bow, and Carrie has a big round nose and a very suave moustache.
So in January, Scott and I participated in the Global Game Jam 2024, and we produced Blind Bake, which is a little prototype which won Reed Speakers Accessibility Award, which was really great. To showcase a little bit more about it before we get into the talk, here is a short trailer that we prepared earlier.
Could you play a game blind? This is Blind Bake, a small game prototype made for Global Game Jam 2024 which showcases audio navigation using sound to navigate levels. Up to 2 players cooperate to escape the bakery. 1 player deploys chorusing confections to help guide the croissant, who can't see the game, using only sound, and to sweet freedom. At your disposal are leaping marshmallows, which create a pinging sound. Jam, which changes your footsteps to something more sticky. And Battenbergs, which speak custom text.
Jump when you hear jam.
Play co-op, with a blind or blindfolded player as the croissant, or solo through blind accessible mode, which omits the build phase and uses pre-placed minions. Blind Bake is brought to life with menu narration and text-to-speech using Reed Speaker, and hopes to teach players about guiding gamers without sight through audio.
So we made a game that hopes to teach players about audio navigation in levels through cooperative play, but why did we do this? So I've worked on a few projects and mentoring students for blind and low vision accessibility in their projects, and I think that there is more to making a game accessible for blind and low vision players than just adding menu narration. And one of the key parts of that was looking at the gameplay and how to make that accessible. One of the sources for inspiration for this was Scott and I played We Were Here, which is a little co-op game. It's kind of like escape room style. And there's one part in one of the games where one player is looking at a level from above, and they can see things like bridges or things like hazards. And the other player can't see these bridges from where they are, so they're invisible. So you're having to communicate with each other in real time to be like, go forward, stop, turn left, turn right. And it was a really cute little mechanic. And we were talking about wanting to do something for Global Game Jam that was cooperative like that and had this communication and had this kind of guiding element.
As mentioned earlier, I am a level designer, and we thought this would be a good project to forward our strengths together, both level design and accessibility. So I would say that level design already has a lot of accessibility considerations baked in, such as the width of corridors, how wide doorways are, but also simply just guiding the player to certain goals. So the question here really is, how do you take that step further and guide players using only sound and not using visuals at all? The key aspect of this was accessibility by design. We wanted to bake in the good practices by default. This meant never including an option to change the levels based on your vision. The only difference between multiplayer and single player are whether or not you're playing with developer-placed beacons, or you're allowing your friends to chaotically guide you through the levels.
So the game is about using audio beacons, or minions as we call them, and they are deployed by one player, and then another player will use them to navigate the level. So let's take a closer look at each of the minions. The first one that we have is the marshmallow. It's a little marshmallow character that makes a meeping noise. It's attenuated in a cone shape, so we've kind of got like this half circle shape, which did originally begin life as a sphere, but what we found when we initially play tested the early builds is that we would just walk past, and then because we heard it behind us, we would start going back towards it. So we created this cone shape so there was a clear cutoff, and then you could overlap it with the next one in the chain, and you'd be able to like follow them. As of a recent update, there are different sizes of this marshmallow now as well. So there's like a really big one and a medium and a small one. And this is kind of the key ingredient of most of the audio navigation. So this is the most similar to something like you'd find in the God of War or the Jedi audio navigation on a much more basic level, but it's kind of similar to that in terms of the ping system that you would hear. The next one is the Battenberg, which is a little custom TTS input. So this is something where you type in anything that you want and the Battenberg will speak it back using ReadSpeaker. We've got a cute little voice that I think was used for Stories of Blossom, which is really cute. And we've got a couple of different shapes for activating as well. So we've got like a circle, a square, and then we have a rectangle that goes the full width of most of the corridors in the games. Originally, this began life as the Screaming Strawberry. We had meeping marshmallows and screaming strawberries. But strawberries are quite difficult to model, and because it's just Scott and I, we don't actually have a 3D artist among us. We just have Scott. So we decided that a cube would probably be easier to do, and we turned it into the Battenberg, which is kind of a staple of GaConf. Our last beacon is Jam. So this is something where you put down a big spill of jam, and when the character walks over it, it changes the footstep sounds to a squelching sound. So this is the only one that utilizes existing audio. So you have these footstep sounds, and then it changes when you're on jam. And the idea is to kind of mimic tactile paving. So in a lot of the dev levels, we kind of use this to signify when you need to jump, for example. Our player character is the croissant, which can move and jump, which is kind of like a baseline moveset of a lot of games, and it has a looping footstep sound as well. And then the only other thing that we have in the game, which isn't a deployable beacon, is a macaron. So this is a little collectible that we use for opening doors in later levels, and it plays a constant sparkling sound, which can be heard in a range. And the idea is to introduce non-linear level navigation. So the idea that you might have a level where the player needs to go and collect these items, and they're off of the path between them and the door.
So with the levels, we wanted to go really simple. The challenge of the gameplay wasn't to explore a maze-like level, it was to have one player guide the second player, and therefore that's the key concept for the game. So we start off with the first level. It's just a straight corridor. This teaches player 1 how to put down beacons, and player 2 can hold forward and win. And then we harshly ramp up the difficulty by making them turn left. So after you've mastered the act of walking forwards and turning left, the next natural leap is to learn how to jump. And so this level had 3 jumps in a row in a sort of step pattern. So you jump up one and then immediately jump and then immediately jump again. This is good in theory because it reinforces the jump mechanic. However, some changes needed to be made, which we'll get to in the future. So next up, we are reinforcing the jump mechanic by just adding a bit more consequence. So instead of having them jump over a pit of sharks, it's just a dead end, and the players need to navigate back. And this also gives the player one a bit more challenge in how to place their beacons to lead the player back again without having too many beacons overlapping and just overloading the croissant. So level 5 introduced a skinny beam across a pit. This introduced the need for precise controls and trying to guide the player to a very specific location in the map. Again, there are no consequences for failing, but it's just more how do you guide the player back to the start again to then get them to try again if they fail. And finally, we're introducing the macaron. I went back to the basics again. Basically, it's a long straight corridor with a little cutout on the left, and it sparkles, so the player will need to walk forwards. They'll find out that the door is locked and they need the macaron, so they have to go into the nook and then go back to the door again. It's very simple. But again, the gameplay isn't exploring a maze-like level, it's just navigate the player. So some of the key features for accessible level design, one of the first main ones is rounding corners. Right-angled corners are generally bad. It's not so bad if it's on the inside, but if it's on an outside corner and they could get lodged in the corner and stuck, that's probably bad. So I like to introduce helpful invisible walls in those cases. So I'm not a 3D artist, and making a rounded corner was hard. So everything is right angled, but I use these invisible walls to sort of smooth out the curve. So if a player is holding forwards, they will naturally walk around the corner. Same thing for the doors. There are hard edges or hard corners on both sides of the door, but again, use invisible walls to funnel them into the door. So it's important for us to include safety and catch areas. This was a light-hearted, fun game. We didn't want people failing the levels necessarily or dying. That's bad. And so we have these areas where the players just need to walk back to the start. But again, this is all just reinforcing the audio beacons and the need for guiding the player properly. So one of the key things I wanted for this game was to avoid useless areas. So one of my favorite games is Minecraft Dungeons, but I found it incredibly frustrating and fatiguing when I would explore these multiple pathways and there wouldn't be anything at the end of it. Usually it would be a little decorative camp or something. And so if this game, we're keeping it simple. If there's a macaron in a level, we just keep it off to the side a little bit. So I just wanted to make sure that if we were going to have exploration, there's a little something something at the end of it. So after the game jam was all been and done and we caught up on our sleep again, we got some feedback on some gamers without sight. And this led to some feedback, the first being progression queues on the multi-jump level, which was level 3. So the key thing was not having several jams in a row. If you jumped from one to the next, your footstep would stay the same, and it wasn't clear if you made the jump to begin with. And so naturally, we had to spread out the level to have still include the multiple jumps for reinforcement, but just spread them out a bit more. So we would have one jump onto the table, you would land, there would be a little Battenberg telling you, good job, you made it, and then you would do it again, and then you would complete the level. It gets the same goal, it's just slightly more spread out.
One of the other pieces of feedback that we got was on some of the language that we'd used in the dev level, particularly when we'd written stuff for the Battenbergs to say some of the language for the jumps that you could fail and you could land into these little like catchment areas. The Battenbergs would say, "You've fallen," and that was great contextually if you'd fallen into it, but if you'd come out and walked back into the Battenberg and it said that you'd fallen again, that's the only feedback that Play Without Sight is getting. So now they're confused as to how they've fallen a second time. So we changed this to be things like you are below the beam or you are below the ledge. Try and get back around to the front. There were a couple of other little things as well, like setting context. We didn't have any context initially for the beam to say there is a narrow beam ahead and the challenge is to get across it. So it was writing that kind of context that would help to give players without sight a better chance at being able to navigate the level effectively.
So when I created the beam level, I wanted to have a margin of error. It would have been very easy to just stick a one wide beam and have the player try go across it, but I wanted to have a little bit thicker for the players. This was good in practice. However, what we found through playtesting was it needed to be a lot wider.
We don't have any kind of assistance mechanics that would help keep people on track, so something a bit more manual was kind of needed for this. Some of the other changes that we made, so we introduced some little fences so that the player couldn't fall back on themselves, because once they've completed the beam, that's the point of that level. We don't want them to end up going backwards and falling off the edge and having to do it again. And we also, one of the reasons for widening it was we saw people use the jam as like a runway kind of strat, so they would layer up jam and get people try and follow them. So because the beam was wider, it meant that we would be able to hear footsteps changing to be not jam when you were outside of that kind of narrow runway.
To summarize, here are some tips we found for baking audio navigation into your level designs. So first of all, give context to the player of what's in front of them. What they don't hear can't help them. Secondly, you want to establish core paths and think about how audio markers would be plotted along those paths. You never want to leave the player in the dark. It would be like someone turning off your monitor halfway through a level and expecting you to know exactly where you are. Next, you want to create an audio language for key objects. So in our example, we have a sparking macaron, but the key thing is if you've got a collectible or something, give it a distinct sound. And next up, you can utilize or modify existing audio, so changing footstep sounds to notify of danger or an obstacle in the player's way. And finally, you want to keep it consistent. Once you've established a rule early on, don't go changing it halfway through because the players won't know what it means.
Thank you so much for listening to our micro talk. We hope you found it helpful. We're going to be posting links to our socials and to the version of the build in the chat in the Discord now.
Thank you very much for listening to me ramble on, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your GaConf.
Thank you.
Well, I first think we can all agree that was absolutely adorable. I have been informed that Carrie can get me the files so that we can make little emojis of their creatures in the Discord because they were incredibly cute. But what I love here is even taking what seemed like a really simple idea of we'll just let someone lay out marshmallows that make a sound to create a game about navigating a level. We were already able to see with just a little bit of feedback ways to improve the experience. Even just a very simple example of, oh, we saw people using jam and we realized by widening the walkway, we could give them distinct sounds from and make it more clear when they were on the jam and when they weren't so they could better go towards their goal. And that again just shows how a little bit of user feedback from people with lived experience can give you new ideas and help you improve the things that they're already doing in game anyway to try to make the product more accessible to them. Now they already posted links. It's actually the first link in the talk channel, which has been pinned, to more information about the game as well as where you can download it. Although Carrie did warn us there are a few bugs. That being said, I think it's adorable enough that we will forgive them for not having the absolutely perfect bug-free game jam game that clearly is what we expect from game jam games anyway. Absolutely not. But again, I love taking something like a game jam to create a small yet accessible experience that we now all get to learn from and apply what they built when creating our own levels and level design so that we can have this auditory guidance as we go forward. So let's give another round of applause to Carrie and Scott. And with that, it is time for our afternoon break. So for everyone here in person, please enjoy your tea, coffee, and snacks. And for everyone online, get up, go, have a moment to stretch, pet your kitties, post a picture in pets, because we don't get to have our pets here. And look, as much as we love the service dogs here, they're on the job, all right? Their harnesses are on, so we can't pet them. We're just gonna look at them longingly because they're so cute. So, all right, enjoy your break, everyone, and I will see you back here in, oh, I just got a picture of the snacks. I didn't know what we had, but surprise, it's Battenberg. So please, in-person folks, go enjoy some Battenberg, and I will see you after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all had a fantastic break. All right. So one of the leaders in accessibility has really been Ubisoft over the past few years. They've taken a lot of effort and built out a fantastic, not only support team centrally, but really did what has been hit on so much today, working to share accessibility across teams and teach everyone in all areas of development how to create accessible games. And this talk is the story of one of those games, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. So I'm going to kick off this pre-recorded talk.
Hi everyone! Thanks for being here today and taking time to listen to me. I'm excited to share with you the accessibility journey we went through while developing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. My name is Rémi Boutin. I'm a senior game designer. I've been at Ubisoft for over 11 years now. I've had the opportunity to work on titles of all scopes, main games, DLCs, and live content, collaborating with teams of all sizes, from as small as 20 to as large as 1,000 members. My focus is mainly about gameplay and system. For example, on Prince of Persia, I was working on combats, enemies, bosses design and implementation, and game systems. One of my hats was being the accessibility champion, but I'm definitely not an accessibility expert. And I hope that today I will convince you that even without being an expert, you too can and should design and develop accessibility in your game. Of course, video games are a collective craft, so I want to thank every member of our team for their amazing work. So, what is this talk about? It's about opening our game to as many people as possible while still maintaining our vision of a very challenging game. It's also about how we design and develop accessibility for Prince of Persia without a dedicated team. There was no accessibility director or accessibility programmer within the production team. And finally, it's about the benefits of accessibility. Of course, accessibility allows more players to enjoy our game, but it also fosters new design thinking and enhances the overall quality of the game. But first, if you're not familiar with it, let me briefly introduce the Prince of Persia series. The first game was developed by one man, Jordan McNair, and released in 1989 on Apple II. In this game, you play as a young warrior navigating through a maze-like palace filled with traps and enemies. Your objective is to save the princess within a strict time limit of 60 minutes. The game was revolutionary for its time, notably for its use of rotoscoping, which resulted in very fluid animations. It inspired generations of creators. Skipping ahead to The Sands of Time, which was the first Prince of Persia game developed by Ubisoft. More specifically, Ubisoft Montreal in 2003, and has since become a classic. This installment introduced a groundbreaking feature, the ability to rewind time. One interesting aspect is that this mechanic can be considered as an accessibility feature, as it was designed to mitigate the complexity of 3D platforming in a perilous environment. A lot of other games followed, but there has not been a major Prince of Persia for 14 years until Prince of Persia The Lost Crown.
Sargon, the citadel, pride of the Persian Empire, is no more. I heard about the wretched, inconceivable that lurks in the shadows. Souls are lost in the sacred archives, forever prisoners of time. No one knows what became of the Hyrcanian forest. The Chidra and vile creatures fester beneath the canopy. Brave the raging sea and the chaos in its waves. We must break the curse that plagues our kingdom. But there are creatures, gods, banished for their sins. They could doom us all. Even in the darkest hour, do not lose hope.
The game is a modern take on Prince of Persia. We retain the amazing animation, but aim for increased responsiveness by transitioning from animation-based to input-based gameplay. Additionally, we push the combat system to provide simple controls while offering a lot of player expression. Overall, we stayed true to the series identity: deadly traps, time powers, puzzles, and mythological monsters to defeat. One interesting revelation during the prototyping phase was that our gameplay naturally fits with Metroidvanias. Given that the team was already fans of this genre, it felt like an evidence. But maybe you don't know this genre, so I will very quickly explain what is a Metroidvania. This barbaric world is a fusion of two famous game series: Metroid, where you play a bounty hunter on a maze-like hostile planet, and Castlevania, where you play a vampire hunter in a maze-like castle. Those series laid down the foundation of this genre. These games are often action games with a lot of platforming where you explore an interconnected world. In this world, some paths are locked, and you need to acquire new abilities to unlock them and continue your exploration. So there is usually a strong focus on the map and exploration, and you can easily have the feeling of being lost. Because of these characteristics, Metroidvania aren't typically associated with accessibility. This game presents challenges such as cognitive load with complex maps and powers, a multitude of possible actions due to the player empowerment, and often a strong focus on difficult bosses. Because we aim to create a modern game, we believe that everyone should be able to play it. As passionate Metroidvania lovers, we saw it as a challenge to open up this genre to a wider audience. Consequently, the topic of accessibility became a focus for us very early in the project. But there was a lot of challenges. First, we were a smaller team than a typical Ubisoft production. Secondly, as we discussed, the Metroidvania has a lot of accessibility issues, and we had a vision for a highly challenging game. We needed to demonstrate that we could effectively integrate accessibility into this vision. We didn't have dedicated resources for accessibility. The only dedicated resource was myself when I wore the accessibility champion hat. While still working on my regular task in combat and system, I also took on the responsibility of championing accessibility. And finally, the topic of accessibility was entirely new to the team, even if we are lucky to have consultants to answer our questions and provide guidance. But to face this challenge, we had a plan. First, we had an idea to fix the cognitive load problem that come with Metroidvanias. Secondly, we believed that by developing a lot of difficulty parameters and trusting the player, it would allow us to create a challenging game. And finally, we used our lack of dedicated resources as a strength. Everyone in the team would work, at least a bit, and from time to time, on accessibility. Let's see how this worked. To begin, let's dive into one of the core elements, if not the defining element, of the Metroidvania genre, but also its biggest problem, the concept of mental notes. In a Metroidvania, players encounter blocked paths or inaccessible treasures that require a specific tool or power to reach. For example, in this screen, the chest is too high for the hero ability at the beginning of the adventure. So I will need to come back later when I have a power to reach such height. And I need to remember this, along with all the other blocked paths or treasure I will encounter. This implies a major cognitive load. The further I explore, the more location I have to remember. It can be really challenging. Some players, and it was common in the 90s, drew maps on paper and took notes. It can be an interesting experience, but it's also a lot of work. Recent games offer custom markers to add to the map, but it can quickly become a mess, and if the player takes a break, they can forget what they were trying to achieve. This cognitive load was a real accessibility issue for many players, and everyone on the team experienced it in one way or another. It was something we wanted to address since the very beginning of the project, with the idea to pin screenshots to the map. It was inspired by the photo mode you can find in some games, as well as our own experience of taking pictures of the map and the world with our smartphones to remember some location. This idea also aligned with the game's director's desire for the player to look more at the world than the map. We integrated it into the fantasy, calling it memory shards to ensure that everyone experiences it. When they see something that they want to remember, players just need to press a button. And a screenshot is attached to the map. They can see what the world looks like and what was the blocker just by hovering over it. The connection between the world and the map is finally visible. As soon as we properly tutorialized it, we saw everyone using it in playtest. One interesting technical constraint is that due to the save size and cloud cross save, we had to limit the number of markers. This created two interesting effects. It forced the player to clean their map to regain markers, keeping it clear, easy to read, and it allows us to give some of these memory shards token in chest as reward to remind players of the features at key exploration moments. The feature was well received as soon as we organized previews. It seemed so natural that a lot of players wondered if no other game had done it before, and it's something we asked ourselves during the design too. It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to make it feel so natural, but it was worth it. And it proves that thinking about accessibility allows us to create innovative features that benefit everyone. Let's switch to a topic not linked directly to the Metroidvania, but to our vision of a challenging game and our fight system. Difficulty. Difficulty is a very hot topic. Even within our team, we had tons of debates because we aimed to create a very challenging game. Ultimately, accessibility was a strength for us. Because we provided players with transparent communication on our difficulty elements and the ability to tweak every parameter to fit the challenge that fits them, we knew we could propose challenging preset difficulty levels. For us, it's like a chef cooking a delicious but spicy meal. People like to eat as spicy as they can handle, and it's relative to everyone. If the chef offers only one spice level, he will have to lower it to please most people. But if he allows people to choose their spice level, he can propose his standard version, very spicy for the clients who like that, and those who prefer a lower spice level can still experience his cooking. So, because of these parameters, we are able to offer a much more challenging game than if we didn't have them. As I said, we choose to offer the maximum of atomic parameter to the player, as everyone is different. For some, Less enemy damage allows them to more clearly read enemies' patterns and establish a strategy to beat them. For others, the parry timing was too demanding. We also let players have a more hardcore experience if they wish to. Something we didn't ship was an invincible mode for people who can't beat a boss but still want to experience the rest of the story. Overall, our parameters allow players to nearly create this invincible mode to pass a boss by lowering every difficulty parameter to the minimum. It's always blurry for the player when a game offers difficulty without explaining what changes. It's hard to know what will fit you, especially when you haven't even started playing the game. So we design preset difficulties using the exact same automatic parameters than I shown you previously, showing very clearly what we were changing, accompanied by a short message describing the experience we are aiming for. In the end, it was a success, as our game was praised for its challenge and its accessibility. Right from the previews, journalists noted that the challenge was quite intense, but the difficulty parameters allow those who wanted to adapt the challenge to their liking. After the release, we saw that a lot of players experienced the standard difficulty, but also around 20% of our players customized the difficulty. It was also a lot of fun as developers to watch streamers challenging themselves in the hardest difficulty, Immortal, as well as seeing more casual players discovering the genre thanks to our accessibility options. So, we talked about the memory shards, the difficulty parameters, but how did we develop that and all the other accessibility options without a dedicated team? By embarking everyone in the accessibility journey, and that's what I will describe right now. First, we are lucky to acknowledge our accessibility challenge at the beginning of the project. It would have been impossible resource-wise to fix it only at the end. Fixing accessibility requires tons of work, and even with the resource available, I would advocate against it because you would have no time to iterate and no time to playtest your solutions. Also, designing without accessibility in mind means you have huge things to change. Even with early consideration, we still encountered some oversight that we had to address at the end and that we are still addressing in title updates. Because we didn't have proper resources, everyone was actually working on accessibility, but in small doses. Because developers already had a lot of work to do on their respective tasks, we could only dispatch 1 or 2 accessibility tasks to them for each sprint. So we had to break our features in micro-tasks to assign them and be sure that accessibility features will be developed during the production. For example, a programmer would have an atomic difficulty parameters to develop in a sprint, but would only integrate it with pictures and localization in the option in another sprint. And so, because we did that job, we had a list of our accessibility features 3 years before the release. Another benefit is that because we planned early, we had some features in place before alpha and were able to playtest them very soon. For example, it was not planned, but when we revealed the game at Ubisoft Forward, the build of our demo had already some accessibility features. When we met low vision players at the event, we took the opportunity to show them the high contrast mode and gather their feedback. For example, they asked us to have an option to toggle the distortion of the background. It also allowed to organize dedicated accessibility playtests with associations like Capgame. It also helped communication. The Ubisoft Central Accessibility team was able to write an article at the reveal with a partial list of the features that we updated later, and it allowed us to showcase and communicate about our accessibility features during the period leading up to release. We tried to minimize the work needed as much as possible, starting with design. If every design choice is questioned by accessibility, you can avoid some development. For example, for every senior feedback, for every puzzle in the game, we ask ourselves, what if I'm colorblind? What if I have trouble hearing? The goal was to propose a solution that worked directly without needing an option. For example, for the super gauge, we worked on material and incline to be sure that a colorblind player could see its state. The fact that our lead platform was a Nintendo Switch was also a good constraint for the accessible by default mindset. Due to the handle screen size, it forced us to produce UI and text large enough to be readable. It was great because we knew we didn't have time to develop text scaling. It also reinforced the fact that we can rely on sound alone for dialogue and gameplay, as the handheld mode can be played in noisy environment. Let's take a moment to talk about the accessibility champion role. First, and it's obvious, it should be backed by the production. You need to have recognition and power because, and it's a natural thing, you will experience a lot of resistance and conflicts. You will hear a lot, let's make a good game before to make it accessible. And there always will be more important things to do than accessibility. But it will be your job to push for accessibility and advocate for it. For example, the frozen state was added at the end of production and required button mashing to unfreeze the character. It was not planned. And we are in an intense schedule, but I asked the dev doing the alteration to add an auto unfreeze option for players with motor issue. And it's my personal experience, but I think that the fact that this accessibility champion role was not being my only job helped a lot with the team. The fact that I have mainly worked on other tasks like enemy design and implementation and systems makes me more legitimate during debate. And I had my own design to fix too, because no one is perfect. For example, I designed an enemy that turned every other one in the area invincible and hyper armor while singing. I anticipated an icon for the buffed allies, but when prototyping with the level designer, we noticed that the sound of their song helped to understand the challenge as soon as you entered the scene. This info was only available for players hearing this feedback, so I had to design and order a screen-based visual effect to make sure the feature was accessible. So I just wanted to be sure that you understand that accessibility championing is not all sunshine and rainbows. There will be frictions, there will be conflicts, and you need legitimacy and power to advocate for accessibility. But ultimately, the team always understood and even pushed for accessibility. I described earlier how we plan our accessibility features and break them in microtasks we dispatch to the whole team. But another thing we did was to evangelize accessibility among the team. We talked about colorblind, low vision, motor or cognitive disabilities. And one thing that happened was that developer became responsible for the accessibility of their feature. This approach worked well because they knew every aspect of the feature intimately, including what was accessible and what wasn't. And because they cared, they always pushed for extra details. For example, Matthew Isidore, the gameplay programmer responsible for the fight control, proposed to include a function that turns the hero towards the nearest NPC if no direction input is entered while attacking to help with motor skills. And in the latest update of the game, he also developed an option to parry in every direction. Similarly, our gameplay programmer Vincent Basset, who implemented the high contrast mode, noticed that in cinematics, the colored characters could spoil some twist, enemies becoming allies or similar scenery. This wasn't good enough for him, so he developed a system to dynamically change the tags during cinematics to avoid spoiling the player and keep the intrigue intact. That's the kind of details that emerge from this ownership attitude. Speaking of high contrast, I will detail it a bit because it was quite a challenge to produce. High contrast allows for different gameplay elements to be more visible by coloring them based on gameplay categories. We started early enough to quickly have a working version, and we are also fortunate to have consultants to help us with the palette preset, as we didn't have the time and resources to produce an option where everything could be customized. However, I must warn anyone considering implementing a high contrast mode that it's a lot of work. You have to tag every object in the game to fit the correct category. And this requires human decision making, so it cannot be automated. It also requires a ton of testing to find untagged or incorrectly tagged elements. Even so we planned early, it wasn't early enough because we still had a lot of clashes with our pipeline. For example, we had material shared between objects of different categories of gameplay for performance optimization. We also encountered issues with how the VFX were instantiated and ended up having to prioritize tagging only the most important ones at the end of production. Like this issue in high contrast, we had to cut some features. During a brainstorm, one of the proposed titles was Prisoner of Time, and I think it reflects well the reality of production. Some features didn't ship, and some problems never found good enough solution. We know that the game is not playable by blind player, as we didn't have a screen reader or navigation assistance. From a motor point of view, we have remapping, but we didn't manage to have one-hand control, and we have some tricky combinations to launch super attack. We know that some players can have trouble with puzzles, solving, or execution. And we have a lot of options for combat, but not much for platforming. We provided a way to skip challenging sequences, but it's not the most elegant solution, and it's something that will need some work. Overall, we are listening the community and reading every review, and we are always trying to improve accessibility. We just released a title update that added maps to help with the cognitive loads to find every item in the game, and the option to parry in every direction. We also increased the range of difficulty parameters for combat. And for example, we read that the signs for special attack were not clear enough for colorblind people, so we'll add an option to make them more visible in the next title update. There is always room for improvement, even if we are happy with what we achieved for the release. Speaking of the release, it's time to conclude this talk. In the end, the game was very well received by players and critics at the release, primarily due to the quality of the game itself, gameplay, level design, art, sound and narration. But we also noticed that a lot of reviews incorporated the accessibility features and effort as a positive point. And I think we accomplished our vision, delivering an accessible yet challenging game that opens the Metroidvania genre to the most people possible. To conclude, for anyone currently working on a game and considering accessibility, don't neglect that aspect, as it will open your game to more people and increase its quality. You don't need to be an expert. You might find idea or concept you would not have considered otherwise. Providing atomic difficulty parameters also means that you can opt for a more challenging standard experience if you wish to. To accomplish that, try to design with accessibility in mind by default. Evangelize everyone in the team. Once they understand, they will push for the accessibility of their features because every developer cares. And finally, because it will save you a ton of issues and work, think about accessibility and plan accordingly as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your time. I hope it was interesting for you. I want to thank everyone from the Prince of Persia and Central Ubisoft Accessibility team again, and everyone who gave me feedbacks on this presentation. Thank you.
I first want to apologize. Our interpreter's Zoom has crashed. And so we are working on resolving the issue, but since they are not physically here, we kind of have to wait for them to physically reboot all of their setups. So we're hoping that they are able to return, but they've been having some local intermittent issues. This is what happens on remote conferences. So we're hoping they're able to rejoin us, and apologies for those of you who've been using BSL and prefer that over captioning. Again, we're hoping with the reboot, everything will resolve and they'll be able to come back. And again, apologies for the challenges. So I think the number one takeaway from this talk is that in Discord, Rodrigo has thought he has had the meme game under lock. And he has been challenged. Also, I don't know how Rodrigo turns these around like as fast as he does on his phone. Like that's another level of challenges. It's probably its own talk. But what I love here, and I think all of us related to, again, was kind of the theme of, everybody is a part of accessibility. And you need the entire team to be able to make these things happen. And there's a reason why Ubisoft won the most dedicated publisher at the last GaConf Awards. And in case you missed it, David Tisserand, the director of accessibility at Ubisoft, just posted a lovely picture in the main Discord channel of him and the team, part of the accessibility team, with the trophy, which is absolutely fantastic. Of course, this game had such impact for so many players. I want to make sure I quote it correctly. So, as Elizabeth has said, or your internet name, is it Arabia? Arabia, I got it right. Yes. If you haven't seen it, there is an amazing video of her playing this game for the first time, and she just reboosted the tweet as well. This is why accessibility in games matter. Today, I felt like a gamer, just that. Not a disabled gamer, not a chronically ill gamer, not a gamer with a brain injury. I was just a gamer. And that's just the intro to an amazing video where, again, you got to see the impact of the work this team did in this title. So if you've not had a chance to check it out, please do. It deserves all the love in the world. With that, we will take a short break and come back for our last talk of the day. Thank you.
All right, folks. It is time for the last talk of the day. But the good news is it's a fantastic talk. So actually, one of the things that I want to share with the room, so this talk was another pre-record. And at the time of the pre-record, this was just a regular old amazing initiative. But I'm proud to say that since the recording, they are now an award-winning amazing initiative. So the organization was just awarded the Special Jury Award from the German Computer Game Awards, which is a massive, massive honor. It's kind of the largest awards for gaming in Germany that you can receive. So it's absolutely fantastic. That just got announced 2 or 3 days ago. So it's news that is hot off the presses. So I'm really excited to have Melanie and Sven close out the day in this pre-recorded talk.
Hello, I'm Sven Radke from the initiative Gaming ohne Grenzen, which translates to English as Gaming Without Limits. We are an initiative of the Department of Youth Media Culture of North Rhine-Westphalia. I am here today together with disability activist Melanie Eilert to tell you about our way from youth work project to initiative. On this slide here, there is the title of our talk today, as well as illustrations of young people playing video games together and an Xbox adaptive controller. There is also the logo of Gaming ohne Grenzen, as well as that of the Department of Youth Media Culture of North Rhine-Westphalia, which is our employer. The Department of Youth Media Culture is a state-funded department, more precisely the Family Ministry, tasked with out-of-school media education. As such, we cooperate with the youth welfare sector, public youth work, and youth social work. We also take additional orders from other institutions, such as libraries, for example, to cover our copay, since we are working on a project basis, but our projects are seldom 100% funded. We work directly with children and youth from cooperating organizations, usually after school, but also during the school holidays. We also work with youth work professionals, either as advisors or as lecturers. Our general mission is to promote media literacy in all of its facets, from the ability to use different kinds of media to being able to critically analyze all kinds of media and to express oneself through the use of media. Gaming ohne Grenzen started as a youth work project funded by Aktion Mensch and Kongstar for the period of 2022 until 2023. On this slide, there are 4 pictures from our everyday work in the project. There are youths playing games and talking to colleagues of mine. In the middle are the logos of Gaming ohne Grenzen, as well as those of our sponsors, Aktion Mensch and Kongstar. Our initial main task was to test the accessibility of video games together with young people with and without disabilities in 5 weekly group meetings in cooperating youth centers in and around the city of Cologne. Simply testing was never the only purpose of our work, though. Rather, we aimed for multiple goals, as you can probably imagine, in regard to our general media literacy mission. By doing this in a mixed-abled setting, we help to establish local, inclusive, helpful gaming communities in which everybody is able to participate and be a fully acknowledged member, regardless of potential disabilities. In short, we believe gaming is a passion with the pedagogical ability to reduce mutual reservations and connect people through gaming. On this slide, there are 5 more pictures from our everyday work. In one picture, there is a gaming tournament going on and one of the youth is moderating it themselves. The upper right picture shows one of our colleagues playing games with a young woman. One picture shows an Xbox adaptive controller with external buttons connected. The bottom pictures show youths playing together. Furthermore, as part of our general mission, we use games to educate youths about games and the responsible use of games, including potential risks of gaming like dark patterns used in game design, for example. We use our work on eye level to come into personal contact with our target audience and accompany them in their day-to-day media activities. We are proud to say that this undertaking has been a huge success over the past 4 years, and we hope that it will continue to be so. This success has not come overnight, though. Making gaming accessible in youth work structures was no small task for our project. German youth work is far from optimized for pedagogical work with digital games. Thus, finding youth centers not only willing to cooperate, but which also met the conditions for our work could not be taken for granted. Many youth work professionals are also still biased when it comes to gaming and often try to keep their youth centers free from digital games. To us, this is a huge mistake, as it not only disregards the importance of video games for young people in general, but this attitude also disregards the vast possibilities of games in regards to inclusion of people with disabilities. Also, in many facilities, the internet connection is subpar, which makes it difficult to regularly update hardware and software. And most importantly, many youth centers are not accessible for everyone, which of course was a requirement for our work. Many youth with disabilities tend to not feel included and invited by regular youth center work, even when said youth centers are accessible for everyone. Despite these general conditions of German public youth work, we found at least a couple of youth centers willing to cooperate with us right at the beginning of the project. In a sad turn of events, though, the project had unfortunate starting conditions. The project started in April 2020, when, of course, all of the youth centers were closed due to the pandemic. Alas, the weekly group meetings had to be online only in the beginning. It proved very difficult to reach our target audience when we didn't have any kind of relationship building with them prior to the pandemic. We were very fortunate, though, to have found youth centers with very dedicated staff who hosted online meetings via Skype in these difficult times. They took us in and built a bridge between us and the visitors of their institutions, which resulted in them connecting with us and showing interest in our project. On this slide, there are 4 pictures. The upper left shows a collage of my colleagues in an online video call. The upper right shows the Minecraft replica of one of our cooperating youth centers. The lower left one shows the results of an online art gaming session. The lower right shows the screen of a match of Hexball, a free-to-play, low-threshold online multiplayer game. This whole offering did not happen without complications, though. Aside from the lack of technical equipment, which tends to be a general problem for the target audience of public youth work, some participants with disabilities affecting intellectual abilities had problems participating in our group meetings on their own. Since there was, of course, no easy way for us to help with these technical difficulties or lack of knowledge concerning media use, it sometimes took a while for these issues to be resolved, as things like a cookie window, for example, could prove to be a problem. We mainly used these online meetings to play low threshold games and talk to the participants about their life and their worries during the pandemic, which they were very grateful for. As you all know, it would take us a while before life returned to a state where in-person meetings would be possible again. We were very happy when we were finally able to switch to in-person meetings. Due to the pandemic, we had only found 2 of the planned 5 cooperating youth centers up until then. With an open call via various platforms, we managed to acquire the rest of the groups in a matter of weeks though. From then on, we could finally start the project as intended and began testing the accessibility of video games with our participants using hardware and software we could buy thanks to our generous extent of funding. On this slide, there are 6 pictures from our everyday work. Multiple pictures show youth gaming. Notably, the upper right picture shows a youth testing the Nintendo HoriFlex controller with additional external buttons connected. Our first goal of the group meetings was to enable everyone to play together, regardless of potential disabilities. For this, we used established hardware like the Xbox Adaptive Controller and low-threshold games, preferably with a lot of accessibility features. From there, we tried to help everyone to play and supported them on an individual level until we met the goal of everyone being able to play together. Our second goal was, of course, the testing of games. As everything in youth work, it had to be on a low level so as to not overwhelm our target audience. For testing categories, we oriented towards the game accessibility guidelines and started testing the games in our categories hearing, seeing, steering, and understanding. Each finished test is published on our website, which is completely translated into plain language. On this slide, there are the 4 testing categories on the left side. Each category is accompanied by our corresponding Gaming ohne Grenzen emoji. On the right side, there are 2 pictures of the testing process. One shows the Xbox Adaptive Controller, the other shows a youth playing with simulation glasses. In the bottom right, there is a screenshot of a test preview on our website. The score in each category is measured in 0 to 5 stars. Since our target audience is mixed-abled, we developed different ways to let participants without disabilities experience playing games with various simulated types of disabilities. For that, we used many rather simple methods like muting the sound, turning off colors, or using, for example, just one hand for playing. We also used simulation glasses for this, as shown in the slide. This way, we could use a youth work adequately low level of methods while still helping broaden the horizons of our participants and support building a culture of understanding and helpfulness. Soon our participants were educated in a way that they themselves started helping each other to play the games, which was one of the biggest achievements for us. Beyond the regular group meetings, we also hosted several bigger gaming events where we connected the otherwise separate groups and built a larger community. When we started to test video games in our project, we began by giving the youth a questionnaire containing several questions about the accessibility of the games we played together. This soon proved to be too complex of an approach for our target audience, though. Many of our participants were not able to, didn't have the patience, or simply didn't want to read through the questions, although we tried to keep it as simple as possible. Thus, we came up with a simpler and more accessible format to incorporate the youth into the testing process. The method we developed which solved this issue was the Meinungsscheibe, or opinion board. On this slide, there are two pictures. On the left side, there's a version of the questionnaire we used in testing. There are 6 sentences total in plain language, which the youth should comment on with a green thumbs up or a red thumbs down for yes or no. One example is, I had fun playing the game. Another one is, I had to see to play the game. Behind every sentence is a small picture symbolizing what the topic of the sentence is. For example, a pair of eyes for the sentence, I had to see to play the game. On the right side, there is the opinion board. It is divided into 4 sections for the 4 categories and looks like a dartboard. Each section is divided into 3 subsections, where the outer one reads many barriers, the next smaller one reads few barriers, and the bullseye reads accessible. We would hang a printed version of the opinion board in our gaming room and hand out sticky dots for the youths to put wherever they felt was right after testing and talking about what we found out about the game by playing it together. To help the youths form their opinion, we started to use cutouts lettered with criteria for accessibility, like interactive tutorials, subtitles with sharp contrast, or no button mashing, which we worked through together prior to using the opinion board and put them on a yes and a no stack. This helps the youth sort their thoughts concerning the accessibility of a game. The method worked excellently, and from then on, the testing process proceeded much more smoothly than before.
An important aspect of gaming ohne Grenzen has always been the principle, nothing about us without us. That's why soon, in the early stages of the project, Dennis Winkens and I were asked to become ambassadors. The original idea was just a non-binding, informal collaboration in which we would draw attention to each other's work and exchange ideas. However, as the activities outside of youth work intensified during the pandemic, so did the collaboration with us. On this slide are some photos of Dennis and me in different situations. One is from an interview we had, another one shows Dennis while playing a game with the squat stick. And one is me holding the Gaming ohne Grenzen award I was honored with last year. Dennis is an experienced streamer. He streams how he plays games using a quad stick, and he has always supported Gaming ohne Grenzen when asked to appear in streams. He also plays a lot of competitive games, so he was able to shine with his knowledge and skill, especially when it came to questions about esports. My expertise is more in journalism or lecturing. During the project, I contributed to some articles written by Gaming ohne Grenzen and presented the perspective of the disability community in many lectures and talks alongside them. On many occasions, when Gaming ohne Grenzen has been in the public eye, Dennis and I have been asked if we would like to be there with them. This gave us good opportunities to be visible and to raise awareness for our own activities. And Gaming ohne Grenzen was able to show that they work in a respectful way with professionals with disabilities, and to prove that this is possible. This mutually rewarding collaboration soon developed into a close friendship. We are in regular contact, both privately and professionally, and we continue to work together to make gaming more and more accessible.
Another task we challenged ourselves with was the development of accessibility flowcharts based on our experiences in testing games. These flowcharts contain simple yes or no questions based on the aforementioned criteria we use to test games with the youths. The flowcharts are, of course, far from perfect and can obviously not fully encompass everything there is to know and consider when talking about accessibility in games. Thus, they should be strictly considered as a first try to provide an orientation for designers and developers, not as a definitive accessibility guide. On this slide is the English version of one of our flowcharts for the category Hearing. It starts with the question, is there sound? If the answer is no, an arrow leads to a button with our Gaming ohne Grenzen logo. If the answer is yes, it leads to the question whether the sound is functionally necessary to play the game. If the answer is no, it leads to the question whether the sound is important for the gaming experience. If this is answered with no, it again leads to a Gaming ohne Grenzen button. If the answer is yes, both arrows from the last two questions point to the question, are there different simultaneous sounds? Jumping ahead, there are also questions which lead to a crossed out Gaming ohne Grenzen button if there are conditions met which definitely make a game not accessible in that category. Again, this should be strictly considered as a first try to provide an orientation, not as a definitive accessibility guide. Over time, we got contacted more and more by people working outside of our core task, which is of course youth work. Thus, we began to educate workers outside of our own field as well as students at universities. We were also contacted by developers reaching out to us in order to learn more about accessibility, which we were very happy to do. We are also extremely lucky and grateful that we have been able to participate at GaConf 2022 and 2023 as part of a collaboration of youth work in North Rhine-Westphalia. There, we showcased accessibility technologies and let visitors test them out. On this slide, there are pictures of our activities outside of youth work. The left picture shows a scene from our GaConf 2023 booth. There is a child playing Forza Horizon 5 with the help of accessibility technology, more precisely the Proteus controller by BioWave. In the middle, there is a picture of one of our colleagues in a studio for the online broadcast at GaConf 2021. On the right side, there is a picture of a panel discussion on the topic of accessibility in games at our GaConf 2023 booth. Our work so far has been honored twice. The first award was the German Developer Award in the Social Commitment category in 2020. The second one was the Dieter Barke Award, a German Media Pedagogical Award, which we were honored with in 2021. On this slide, there is the award announcement for the German Developer Award on the left side and the logo of Dieter Barke Award on the right side. Sadly, the initial project was only funded until March of 2023. Aiming to continue and advance our work, we conceived the project Level Up, which was fortunately accepted. Level Up is funded from April 2023 until March 2026, again by Aktion Mensch and Kongstar. Our goal with Level Up, as the name suggests, is to level up our work. What this means is that we continue our work with our regular groups, but give them the opportunity to do whatever they want in connection with gaming culture. They can, for example, become designers of their very own gaming events. One of the first instances of this happening was at GamesCom 2023, where our groups hosted their very own gaming challenge as part of our booth. This was clearly one of the youth's highlights of our work so far. They were proud to be able to host their own booth at such a big event as Gamescom. Apart from that, we were already able to let the youths host several smaller events at different times and locations. On this slide, there are 4 pictures from our everyday work. Notably, in the top left picture, there is a participant interviewing another one at one of our events, which was live streamed on twitch.tv. Also notably, in the bottom right corner, there is a photo of the gaming challenge our groups hosted at Gamescom 2023. There are several people waiting in line to play. In the middle, there is the logo of our current project, Level Up. The great amount of positive feedback we received from not only the youth work structures we work with, but also all the different players, game developers, and others who we worked with during the first 3 years, as well as the ongoing inquiries concerning the work of our first project, Gaming ohne Grenzen, led to us making the decision to transform the project into an initiative to be able to continue the work we started outside of youth work. Thus, the initiative Gaming ohne Grenzen was born. On this slide, there is some of the work we realized together with our amazing network of disability experts, which are also represented on our homepage, as shown in the upper right and lower right picture. During our work so far, we have met lots of interesting and dedicated people who work at the interface of gaming and accessibility. Together with these people, we developed the idea of starting a network dedicated to everything related to games and accessibility, all with the purpose of raising awareness and educating people about the importance of this topic. Stay tuned for updates on this. The initiative is still supported by Kongstar, which led to the first instance of the Gaming ohne Grenzen Award, which was awarded at Gamescom 2023. The purpose of the award was to honor activities connected to gaming and accessibility to hopefully spread awareness for the topic. The Gaming ohne Grenzen Award featured 4 categories, as well as a special award for a single person's achievements. The categories were Representation, National Project, International Project, and Hardware and Peripherals. This slide shows impressions of the Gaming ohne Grenzen Award. In the top left photo are all the winners of the categories together with members of the jury. The bottom left picture shows the award ceremony at the Kongstar booth at Gamescom 2023. The right picture shows the Gaming ohne Grenzen Award trophy. And with this, we are already at the end of our talk. We are very grateful for all the possibilities we were given so far and forward to everything the future holds for our work. We hope to be able to continue to work at this important interface and that accessibility becomes more and more important in the games industry. Thank you, Melanie Eilert, for bringing us here today, and thank you, Aktion Mensch and Kongstar, for your continued support. You can find us on Instagram and X, or of course, you can visit our homepage or write us an email. Thank you all for your attention and take care.
There's so many reasons that groups like this are incredibly important. Oh, what if I don't want the stream to see me? They've been looking at me for 2 days now, and I'm over it. No, I just forgot to hit the button. It's hard. As I was saying, groups like this are incredibly important. They're forming communities.
One of the things that got highlighted at the very beginning is as they were working with their participants, helping understand their barriers and needs, they were then working with other participants to help them game. And so by learning about accessibility through this program and understanding their needs and where they're blocked, they were able to help other gamers, and that's incredibly important. And that's not even touching on how important it is to have these groups who are able to provide this information, not only locally, but in the regional language. You know, having to access this information is incredibly hard. And for a very long time, English-speaking organizations have dominated the accessibility space. And I understand the irony of me saying that in English right now, after making all of our participants speak in English today. That is why having local groups who can do this work is so incredibly important. And Melanie was able to highlight the most important part, and something that we have said repeatedly throughout this conference: nothing about us without us. That's what makes this work real, and that's what makes the impact. So with that, let's give a round of applause for Melanie and Sven for the final talk of the day. And now with that, we start the logistics of ending the conference. It's over already. Now we know so many of you have learned so much and you are incredibly excited to share your learnings with all of your friends, family, coworkers. Yeah, I said family. Well, I'm gonna send this to my mom. I actually, no, that's a lie. My mom actually registers for every GaConf, and she has a Twitter account just so she can follow like me on Twitter. It's adorable. So we are actively working on getting videos up as soon as possible for all of the pre-recorded, for most of the pre-recorded talks. Those will start appearing tomorrow, and then over the next couple of weeks, as we get captions for all of the live recorded talks, we will have those up on YouTube. So you will start seeing them come online tomorrow. And obviously this event is, as we've said it before, we can only put it on with the combination of individual donations and our sponsors. You know, we aim to make it free online and all of our videos available after the fact, and we can only do this with our sponsors. So I'd like to take a moment again to thank all of them. So our gold sponsors, Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. Our silver sponsor, Descriptive Video Works, who provided the live captioning and BSL services while their internet was working today. I would also like to add in there a thank you to Cody Craven for getting up at very early American hours to troubleshoot and support the BSL turf today. So an extra round of applause for Cody. And then of course our bronze sponsors, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, Reed Speaker, Player Research, Keywords, Ubisoft, and Shara. And of course, it takes staff to make this event possible. And so I would like to thank all of our staff. So our in-person staff, David and Topher back there, thank you so much. Of course, I want to thank Ian Hamilton, my co-conspirator, and all of this, who really organizes so much and then just disappears the day of, because he's already exhausted from doing all of the prep work. So a round of applause for Ian Hamilton. And our final, last but not least staff member is Max Belker over here. So he has been running all sorts of front of the house logistics, making sure the stream doesn't crash, all of that stuff. And I want to give an extra special thank you to Max, because Max just lets me make him do this work. And he's here doing this when it's actually our 13th wedding anniversary. So round of applause for Max.
And of course, this conference wouldn't be great without all of our amazing speakers for providing their content and sharing all of their knowledge. And of course, without you, the attendees here to listen to the speakers, this event wouldn't be possible at all. So please, a round of applause for the speakers and yourself. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, and thank my online Discord mods. I almost forgot about them. They keep that organized. So I didn't forget about you. I just almost did. You were on my sheet. I don't know. I got distracted. You know, Max is over here. We've been married a while. And he was higher on the list. It would have been hard to follow after that. I'm sorry. But with that, we officially come to a close. I want to thank you again so much for being here, and I wish all of you safe travels home. And again, thank you so much for coming.